You need to put your clock 5 minutes faster.
Yeah.
Mr.
You
Allen.
can't say we did it no, because the
Hey?
Oh, you hear Deputy Mayor? Yeah, you're right.
So,
Don't choose that over.
Actually, I'll have some of that too, thanks.
He's been reviewing the debate last night, haven't you, David? He's been reviewing the debate last night. I haven't got a clear one yet.
Sounds like I didn't actually watch it that much, but it sounds like a movie. Let's get things underway. We do have apologies from no one. Oh, Justin is away still. Clint's here. Oh, is that your stuff down there, is it, Clint? Jonathan, I see, is on a Zoom somewhere in the building. He's in, and so Alan is the only one yet to find out whether he'll be here, no doubt, surely. But let's, good to have everyone here, and let's get into it.
Kia ora koutou, good afternoon, elected members. Pleased to be here for the next in our long-term plan workshop series. And today we've really focused on our external facing activities. So the purpose of today's workshop is to identify issues and opportunities in the long-term plan for Council's external facing activities, including levels of service, that could be considered along as, that can be considered as activity managers are drawing up their budgets and activity management plans. So it's that high level direction that we are seeking from you today. And alongside that, if you could also identify any other matters you wish to have us consider as we draft these budgets, that would be much appreciated. To check back on where we are at with the scope of the long-term plan, since last week we haven't added anything to the 3 big boxes, but we have added a tick as we have received your direction for the SSP review. External facing activities. What we're looking to do today is to have a high-level discussion of those issues and opportunities. Activity managers will outline those issues and opportunities. There's an opportunity for you to ask any questions, anything that you would like to know more. And we're trying something new. We've got Slido set up, which I'll just pass to Jenna to explain what it is and how it's going to work.
Cool. So have you all downloaded the Slido app? Yep. Cool. So we'll give you a code. It's actually up there on the PowerPoint right now, and you'll enter that in, and we'll put a question up on the screen, and with it, it'll come up on your phone in the app, and you just click your answer. So today, for most of the categories, we're just going to be looking at a high-level steer for you to answer. Yes, you want more of that, you want the same level or less. So that's about all. Shouldn't be too complicated, but we can help if we need.
Great. Thank you. And so we'll do that, and we'll run through each of the 9 activity areas that we have. When we get to the end, there'll be a short break just while we collate the results of all of those votes, and then we'll present them back to you so that you can see how that all lines up as a big picture. And also to check in, have any of your early indications changed as the discussion has progressed? And it will allow you to consider that as well before we draw that final steer from you. So, first up, I'm going to pass over to James, Land Transport.
Thank you, Caro. Good afternoon, everyone. So, to start us off, we've broken up basically how we want to speak to you about the next 3 years in particular, based on what we think we need a bit more money for, what we think we could cut back on a bit, and other just general land transport type activities we want to cover off. I want to start off with the other things we want to talk to you about before I start jumping into the financial type discussions. which will give a bit of a context to the rest of it. So, as you'll be aware, we're in the procurement process of a new maintenance contract, so we've got a lot of cost uncertainty. We know how much level of service we can effectively deliver under our current contract rates, but we don't know what the new contract rates are going to be, so we're simultaneously setting our budgets, considering that, well, we don't really know how much we'll be able to deliver at the budget, so we can just take the best guess at this stage. The approach that we've got right now is to basically set the budgets based on where we think the level of service would sit based on your direction, with similar basically rates assumptions to what we've currently got. And if we do have big basically rates changes in the new contract, we want to keep the level of service as close as we can, but vary it without changing the budgets. Obviously, it's not going to be feasible to be changing budgets in the year one of the LTP significantly. We don't think the changes in the rates will be so significant that there'll be significant level of service drops that'll be noticeable within the first 3 years. And we'll be able to prioritise the activities that basically are important for the safe and efficient operation of the land transport network. So we'll still want good response times for fixing trip hazards and footpaths, fixing potholes, and that sort of thing. But there'll be other areas where we'll be able to sort of massage the level of service if there is a big jump in contract costs, basically. Now, the other main things I wanted to cover off, we've been working in the background, officers have been working on what's called a program business case. So the program business case can effectively be thought of as the next stage of the Horowhenua integrated transport strategy. So this is basically a piece of work that would identify and prioritise the transport improvements that we need to make to deal with significant changes in demand, whether that's with O2L or growth in particular parts of our network. We work closely with our colleagues in the strategic planning team to understand things like the Wellington Regional Growth Framework, how it impacts potential growth in our district and how the transport network can react to that, what changes need to be made over the long horizon. So we're very much on the early stage of developing that program business case. We're basically coming up with a strategic case and a long list of options, but we want to develop it and we want to bring it in front of you to get your thoughts on it before we progress any further. In the opinion of officers, we think that walking and cycling should be a component of the program business case, and it should be considered as any other sort of mode of transport. So basically improvements to walking and cycling, we don't think it's beneficial to look at them as their own separate little thing. We think they are part of the transport network. They're an integral part of how we basically will continue to deliver effective, safe and efficient land transport over the next 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. But we have committed in the past to engaging with the public, specifically about walking and cycling. We've committed to doing a walking and cycling strategy. I feel a better approach would be to engage on an implementation plan which would form part of the program business case. So basically, we want to identify walking and cycling projects that are important to the community and engage with specific community groups who are very passionate about it and form them into the program business case. So this will allow us to consider all land transport projects into the future in one go. It will also allow us to consider growth impacts, tarika, revocation potentially as well, engage with Horizons and Wakakotahi all at the same time in this program business case approach, and put us in a better position to have these walking and cycling improvements as well as any other land transport type improvements included into the National Land Transport Program, getting us our subsidy basically. So when we talk and consider further in a few minutes how we approach walking and cycling in terms of engagement, it would be officers' recommendation to hold off until we finish the long-term plan, where we want to start developing a program business case. So to be clear, none of the projects we're identifying in the program business case at this stage are intending to deliver in the next 3 years, the next operative LTP2, or through the National Land Transport Program. We basically want to do the strategic work, the program business case work, pick all the projects, get business cases, get funding approved through NZTA, and then delivering them in the 27 to 30 NLTP, LTP2. By basically holding off, we can consider all of the transport related stuff together. Walking and cycling, we can do engagement with the public, we can do more targeted business case type work on it moving forwards. So that's broadly my recommendation for walking and cycling in the program business case. Now, sort of adjacent to this, off-road walkways and cycleways, or basically recreational shared pathways. So I think we can think of them as sort of two different activities, where we've got walking and cycling for transport as part of how you get from A to B, and walking and cycling in terms of an investment for basically recreational activities within the district. It might make the district a better, sort of more attractive place to be a destination for visitors and such, and a better place to live recreationally, but they don't necessarily have a strong transport component. They're probably less likely to attract NLTP funding, National Land Transport Program funding, as well. So it's kind of good to keep them considered separately. But basically, it would be good to get your thoughts on how that sits as a priority, the recreational component, walking and cycling activity. So now I've spewed all that out at you. To discuss more of the financial stuff, we think broadly the activities we would like to be spending more on over the next 3 years are improvements targeted at resilience. And by resilience, I define that as basically any infrastructure in the road that we can reduce the risk of flooding in terms of closing the road, and flooding in terms of affecting the adjacent properties. So we want to reduce the risk of that. There's other resilience type improvements we want to focus on, such as retaining walls that might be at risk of failure, and potentially looking at roads that act as sort of single critical routes to a particular community. We want to make sure that they are least likely to be closed or seriously closed as possible. So we want to make a program of works that's dedicated towards basically that outcome, and we're really keen on developing this program alongside the stormwater activity, because there's a lot of interrelation between the works. So I can't really give you a firm figure on how much we've been spending on that in the past, because it's not really a dedicated budget. So we in land transport, we broadly set our budgets based on the NZTA work categories, and the resilience improvements sits under a broader category of road improvements, and a lot of our road improvements are targeted towards resilience, but a lot of them aren't. They're just improvements for other reasons. So I can't easily tell you how much we've been spending, but I want to signal that we want to spend more to dedicate towards improving resilience, reducing the risk of flooding in our district. Footpath renewals is another thing. So we're roughly spending about $400,000 a year on footpath renewals. Quite concerned about the condition of the footpaths. We want to increase that to $800,000 a year. I feel, as a rough guess, I think we could deal with almost all of the poor or very poor condition footpaths within a 3-year term if we increase this budget. But just spending more isn't going to permanently solve our footpath woes. We want to consider another few initiatives to help keep our footpaths in good condition, reduce the number of people tripping over on our footpaths and breaking their hips or knees or just having accidents. We want to work with the Parks and Properties team to have really lock down a really thorough street tree policy. So basically, when we have a street tree damaging a footpath and causing trip hazards, we want a clear, easy, well, not necessarily easy, but a clear, feasible process to go through to remove it, potentially replace it with a more suitable species, potentially with something like a root guard to prevent the breakage, the damage to infrastructure happening again in the future. So that's something we want to do that we think will help keep our footpaths in good condition. Another thing is the land transport bylaw, which we're reviewing. And broadly, the way we're making our footpaths now, if no cars are parking on them and no trees are breaking them, they'll last 100 years. So we want to stop the trees breaking them and we want to stop people parking on them. So currently it's illegal to park on the footpath, and we can give them tickets for that, but we want to make that clearer in our footpath, in our land transport bylaw, and we want to review a few other options we could put into our land transport bylaw to further encourage people not to put their cars on the footpath and damage them. So that's basically the areas we want to spend more money on. What we think we could spend less money on is just general road rehabilitations and resurfacing, generally just renewables. So over the last 3 years, our road network has been improving in condition significantly and steadily. So the main condition measure that we've got is something called smooth travel exposure. It's a bit of work to explain what that means, but basically it's how many people are getting a bumpy ride when they're driving their cars on our roads. So if it's a high percentage, it's good. We've gone up 2%. I think the minimum guidelines, depending on your category, it's between 85 and 90% smooth travel time exposure is what you want. We've gone from 92 to 95% over the last 3 years, which we're kind of out of trend from the rest of the country where our network condition has actually been improving over the last 3 years. We think we can basically pay for the increased costs and renewals of footpaths and resilience improvements by slowing down on the resurfacing and sealed road rehabilitation. So we're not so keen on doing these rehabilitations every year. We still want to do some. We've still got some roads that are in pretty poor condition that we want to deal with, but we just want to prioritise the stuff that we absolutely have to do rather than focusing on keeping our asset condition improving, because we don't think it needs to improve anymore. I think that's about all I had to say.
Probably before we get into the next bit, I just want to frame the conversation a little bit so that elected members can understand the why that sits behind this. So typically in a long-term plan process, what will happen is you get presented an activity management plan, and sitting alongside that activity management plan is a whole lot of budgets. And then you give feedback to that. And that's like in 6 to 8 weeks' time. But right now our activity managers are building the activity management plan and building budgets. And so tonight is about each of the activity managers giving a bit of a sense about what's on their mind, what are some of the things that they're thinking about, in order for you to give an early steer on your expectations of James when he builds the activity management plan. And so when you hear language like we want, I don't want you to interpret that as we want and we'll tell you how it's going to be done. It's this is the stuff that's on our mind, and so early on give us a steer about whether you are interested in us pursuing that work or not. And that will make a little bit more sense as the Slido work starts to, once we kind of get into the groove of it. But certainly, like, this is probably an uncomfortable position for activity managers because they've not written their activity management plan yet. And we're putting them in a position where they kind of have to give you a bit of a feel for what's on their mind, because we don't want to waste time on progressing things if you're not interested.
Oh, after you, Benny.
Sure. A couple of questions, James. In doubling the footpath renewals budget, we talked at Risk and Assurance about the percentage of footpaths that were not up to standard and average and good. How quickly does that get to a stage where we get rid of those footpaths that are not up to standard?
I've got a fair level of confidence that we could eliminate almost all of the poor or very poor condition footpaths in a 3-year term with this budget. But I don't think I could guarantee we'd get rid of all of it. There's lots of disparate little bits which we couldn't do all of it, but we'll do all the big sections.
If there's any we concentrate the extra funding on.
Yes, absolutely. And if there's any new damage happening, I haven't really allowed for that.
I was interested in that too. I think Clint was the one who asked in that risk meeting about how long would it take to put that right, the poor, very poor, and I think the answer was 5 years. And based on that answer, I was interested in seeing an increase in budget and addressing it sooner rather than later. My question is about sort of what you've covered around, like we talk footpaths, renewals, walking and cycling. You touched on shared pathways in a recreational sense, and then you mentioned keeping things separately. To me, that sounds like silos. Like, I'd rather look across the network of paths. If I think about the transport choices exercise we went through for Queen Street, Cambridge Street, and you showed us those pink lines, blue lines, where existing shared pathways are and the gaps, and like, okay, if we just did that piece and that piece, it would all sync. And some of comments were around just that whole inside out versus outside in. And when we're doing, like, I get address the poor and very poor, but at the same time there could be paths if they're in the program of works to renew, but they're close by a shared pathway. Why wouldn't you at that point make it wider if it makes sense to connect and it's better overall? But I don't want to see, oh yeah, doing this and that, and oh, if we'd done that, that would have been really good. Like, I don't want, like, it's got to make sense, and if you're going to do it once, do it properly. Yeah, because I mean, yeah, I wasn't very excited about that Bartholomew Road, and I challenged it in the Bath Street examples that I've seen in previous presentations. So just, that's my one concern so far.
Yeah, thanks for that, Councillor Tukapua. I suppose it's a little bit confusing the way we talk about it. So when I'm talking about walking and cycling at the start, I was really primarily talking about improvements, adding new stuff, which is separate from the renewals. But you're exactly right with what you're saying. If you're renewing a footpath and it would make sense to make it wider and make it a shared pathway, for instance, we're kind of doing both of those things at the same time. We're renewing and making a new one. And at an operational level, that is how we think about it, and that's what we do. So we have renewed footpaths before and turned them into shared pathways. And they've come out of a different budget, or they've had a share of one budget and a share of another budget. The reason it's sort of like sliced up into silos, it's solely basically how we have to consider the budgets. We fund renewals separately, both internally and through NZTA. Then we do improvements, and we've got to have these separate little pockets and sort of justify each little budget with its own little case. But in an operational point of view, we want to plan it, we want to talk to you all about it, all in one go, basically, look at the whole thing. And I think it's a good point you're making, and maybe we need, as officers, to change our view around the separation of recreational walkways and cycleways or shared pathways and transport-related ones, and really just think of them all at once and come up with one big plan.
Okay, then I'll give a new walkway example. Playford Park, Bartholomew Road, opposite Waipihu College, has not a wide or shared pathway, yet it's busy pedestrian-wise and could have been, from Liverpool Street to Queen and maximise what's already a very busy street and kids and sports, and it just would have made sense, but it's not. It's a new path and it's just a little one.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. I agree. We did put a new footpath, and we should have made it wider and made it into a shared path. And that's correct. I can't dispute that at all.
Just a quick one there. I guess so we give with one hand and take with the other as far as doing one job and pulling back or spending less. Sorry, on the resurface. Does that sort of, without obviously you haven't done the numbers, but does that sort of counteract? So it's a sort of a neutral financial aspect.
That's our aim. Broadly, we don't want a big jump to allow for this change in direction, especially when we feel that we can reduce investment in one particular area. It's not without drawbacks. There's a potential of a noticeable reduction in the level of service. There's a potential increase in the number of potholes across our network. There's a potential increase in the number of CRMs, emails and calls to counsellors about this sort of thing over the last 3 years. This is the direction we go. But from the data that we see in the condition inspections that we do, we think there's a low risk of that happening. That's still going to be a good, acceptable level of service. If there's any issues that are a safety issue, we jump on them straight away regardless. But we think overall these condition-based renewals of our network, we think we can cut back on.
Just thinking long term, and when we have the expressway built and we are now owning our the state highway networks through how do we prepare a long-term plan for repairs and renewals and maintenance on that sort of network now, when we don't know what we're going to get in revocation, we don't know how we're going to have to deal with that sort of thing. Have you got any idea how you're going to put a roading activity plan together for the next 20 years?
There is, I suppose, the fact that the expected time frame around revocation would be post opening of O2NL, so we have got another 2 long-term plans to have another bite and get more clarity around that. The key message from James earlier is that program business case, which is effectively looking at all of these long-term improvements, the new paths that deliver on the outside in or the inside out for a long-term path network, the growth with increased traffic volumes on Tararua Road, the interface where we've got connections to the O2NL project, along with all the growth areas, can all be wrapped up into that prioritised program of investment over the next 15 to 20 years. But we're signalling that there's already $30 million in our current long-term plan that's been sitting there for the last 6 years that hasn't had a home to actually deliver on that project, because it's always been linked with O2NL. So it's almost a reframing, getting that collective picture together, but in terms of costings for the detail around how to maintain the bridges or the pavement itself, the overarching principle at the moment from Wakatai is that council would be no worse off. So that strategic outcome would be obviously a starting point for negotiation to work through, whether it was increased FAR or a reseal that was done, or a certain standard of smooth ride, that the road was all given a refresh. All of those things will be part of that discussion leading up to future revocation agreements that will logically take place over the next 6 to 8 years before we actually get a resolution on that. So there is time to factor that in, but if the start point is no worse off, then in theory there's not additional budget that wouldn't be compensated with an increase in FAR, for example, but that would be obviously need to be worked through with Wakatai.
Pleased to hear an extra request for increased investment in footpaths. What I'm really keen to understand is the sustainable nature through the long-term plan. So the extra 400,000 you're asking for is equivalent to the jump within the existing long-term plan forecasted in 2 to 3 years' time. So it shows the shift up to 800 to 850 on to 900,000. So I guess if we invest more now, is it going to continue to be sustainable through those years? And how would, I guess, when you think about 95% of our roads are excellent or good, not roads, footpaths are excellent or good, and we're talking 4% are poor, 1% is currently very poor. How does that compare relatively to other councils as a benchmark for the standard that our footpaths should be in? And again, keeping to that best practice standard in a sustainable way for funding moving forward.
That's a really good example of a question that we don't need to answer right now, James, but that we note and then you bring back as advice to your activity management plan. Otherwise we get part of it.
Yeah, that's correct. I can get a thorough answer for you. I'm confident of that, but not immediately. I'd just like to touch on the comparison with other councils. That's one area where we don't have a lot of good comparative data with other councils. Most infrastructure, transport infrastructure data, we do have pretty good comparative data, but footpaths, collecting good data hasn't been really a common thing for very long for many councils, so there's not the same level of comparative data that we can draw upon.
Thanks, Reagan. I guess with that thought around, even if we're not sticking to a 95, 4%, 1% perspective, from a SSP perspective, potentially the amount of footpaths that can be deliverable under that budget may be something to sort of be clear on, so we can actually measure that output or the outcome as a result of that investment would be useful.
Yeah, I think we could wrap a lot of that evidence up in our asset management plan. We may be able to come back also with examples of what the varying level of investment actually looks like. But certainly for today, it's really highlighting that we're currently thinking over the course of the last 12, 24 months, we've heard a need to invest more in footpaths. We've seen what's happened over in the Hawke's Bay around resilience, and also our recent flooding events of last winter. So it's trying to come with a solution rather than to say, let's invest more. How can we rebalance our investment, knowing that we've invested heavily over the last 9 years and getting our pavements up to a standard where we feel over at least short term of 3 years, we could pull back on some of that to rebalance into these current focus areas around resilience and paths. So we'll do the numbers, come back, but I'm hearing today there's a general appetite to keep moving forward with that thinking.
Yeah, generally love this. Just wanted to clarify on the kind of 400k offset elsewhere. Is that mostly from renewals, or is that also the improvements, minor improvements, and road improvements? Is it a 15% reduction in what we're spending on roads, or is it a 9% reduction in what we're spending on roads?
Yeah, that's a great question, Rogan. I can jump into the detail here. So resurfacing, I think our budget this year is 1.4 or 1.5 million, and would look to reduce that next year. And sealed road rehabilitation, I think we're 1.35 million or something along those lines this financial year. So I would look at reducing both of those budgets. I don't have the exact figures, but our road improvements budget, historically we've used that as a budget to basically do the improvement component of a rehab project. So when we rebuild a road that's in poor condition, we'll often widen it or do other improvements such as make the signs better or put in a better culvert underneath it or something like that. So as we're doing less rehabs, we'll be doing less of those road improvement components as well. So it'll be taking from resurfacing and sealed road rehabilitation, but the resilience improvements would have more budget in the current budget it sits in that could be dedicated to resilience improvements rather than just general road widening or something like that.
Cool, awesome, real happy.
James. So yeah, like the first 4 bullets for me, kind of hit the mark in terms of getting the basics well, LTP. The only question I have is around the 4th bullet, around our annual requirement to hit that 5% minimum, and presumably we hit the mark on that by even changing what we're doing in that space. Yes, no, and then I've got some follow-ups.
So that's the 5% resurfacing SSP you're talking about. In terms of SSPs, I'd like to talk to you about reviewing that one in particular. I don't.
So can I just say, isn't that a mandatory one though? That's the issue. Isn't it a DIA mandatory one? I thought it was.
We simply, best practice was to reseal on average a road every 20 years. We divided 100 by 20 and got 5, so that went in, I think, 9 years ago as an SSP. So we're just meeting it, but I think there's a...
Like, then if there's no external requirement on us, really happy with that. So I'm not. Just with and so again, that the first bullet under the other things, support that. The last 3, I guess the question is around this whole idea of, for the next 3 years, the focus really isn't on an improvement program. It's about developing up the improvement program to inform the next LTP or an LTP amendment. And so I guess that's what I'd be keen to signal, is that in sort of years 4 to 20, we take that envelope approach where we set a dollar amount for improvement works, there's a bucket of money, and the approach is that together your team each cycle puts together a long list of all the things that we need to do, want to do, that there's community ambition around, and it essentially gets ranked. And because there'll be some things in that list that people around the table at the time say, really keen to do that project, but only if it's got the 61% funding from Waka Kotahi. If it doesn't, it's probably less important. So I really support that envelope approach and us working towards that LTP, whatever it is, next 3 years. That's going to be the sort of the key point at which we sort of put the foot on the gas in terms of reconsidering the sort of a broader program around improvement works. But for the focus for these first 3 years, I think it's on those basics in that first part. Hopefully that's helpful.
Yeah, and that development is of a longer term add-on program, so that's additional work to the current renewals and widenings and other localised shared paths that are already funded. So they would sit as part of a more holistic program, but this is the additional work signalled off the back of growth in alignment with Horowhenua and revocation.
Can I add just 2 final comments? One, these are it's a little bit in the weeds, but just around the level of service. It's around that comms with the community again, around signalling what programs or what works are coming up or that are scheduled to happen over that period of time, because I think that will deal with some of the issues that we have sometimes with our community where they're saying, oh, you're not doing this, you're not doing this, but if they know that it's coming up, even if it's in 2 years' time, whatever, like I feel like that would help. So that sort of comms component in the land transport activity, I'm not quite sure how you define it or what it looks like. And then also just you mentioned about the resilience works with the flooding. And again, I think I'd want to make sure that we are where the priority there is obviously the risk to property as opposed to just flooded roads. Like, because when a road's flooded for half an hour or an hour, yes, it's inconvenient, but the higher priority for me is our roading network causing flooding that affects properties. And so that's where, like, obviously we're going to have limited budgets in that space, and so making sure that we have real clarity in our level of service, that's what we're prioritising, I think is important. Because the one thing that we hear often is about when we know that there's that heavy rain coming and all that kind of stuff, that sort of preemptive work or preemptive activity. And I know it's part of the contract and we've got our team out there doing that kind of stuff, but making it really clear that in terms of that resilience work and even the operational stuff, it's about, first and foremost property, then it's about flooded roads, I think, in my opinion. I don't know if it was.
I don't want to take up too much time, but just on that point, Sam, I completely agree with that perspective that our priority should be like reduce the risk of flooding on habitable dwellings, and then sort of go down from there. And short-term flooding on road should not be really high priority, but the subsidisable resilience improvements need to be focused on resilience improvements from a transport perspective. So we would like to make a program of works which has a strong component of resilience improvements for transport, but also improves as a secondary benefit of reducing flooding.
So would that mean like you would focus on arterial roads versus roads that might service 2 or 3 people, or there might be no alternatives? Like, is it how the kind of?
I'm saying that we're trying to target like the budget to be subsidisable. It needs to have a transport resilience component, but we'll be trying to meet many benefits with that expenditure. And we might not want to like dive too deep into how the program delivers what.
Great. Thank you all. We're coming now to our first Slido question, but just before we do, I'm aware that there were a couple of members who joined us since we did our introduction. And to recap what we're doing, so just had the high-level discussion of the first of our activities this afternoon, identifying the issues and opportunities staff have seen. Elected members for this and each activity have the opportunity to ask questions to help inform their position on each of the questions that they will be asked. And we're using Slido, so hopefully you've also had the opportunity to download that. While we're doing this, there's a number of questions that we'll ask you, and prioritisation will be important. That's partly why we're having the check-in at the end, so that you can, because you won't know all of the questions that you're going to be asked yet, but to make sure that we've got a picture that is doable and people are happy with. So, on that, the first question that should be appearing on your app is about resilience improvements. Janet?
So if you've got the app open and you put in the code, that question should automatically pop up on your phone.
Okay. Is it? That looks like 100%. Thank you. So we'll move on to the next one, footpath renewals. 100% have voted on that one.
No.
Yep.
No. That's.
Oh, 6 people have. I beg your pardon.
Yep. We've only got 8 votes for the previous one.
Oh, yes. Apologies, too excited.
Is anyone not voting? We got 12 of you in the room. Anyone else need?
It's
No.
no. It's a direction. It's not a decision. So, yep, 12. Thank you very much. Okay. Footpath renewals. More, same, or less.
Could I just check? The proposal is double the budget per year. So if you agree, you're putting more.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. It's just the statement. Isn't it? Yeah. Yeah.
Great. Has everybody who wants 12? We've hit it. Thank you. Now, resurfacing and sealed road rehabilitation. Question unclear. Let's flip back to that slide. Jack.
So the officer's recommendation is that we can spend less on these activities. So the same would be a combined total of about $2.8 million a year, and the less we're thinking around $2.3 to $2.4 million a year.
So if you agree with that proposal, it would be voting less.
Yeah, it would be voting less. I wouldn't recommend more. Don't need it. No, thank you.
Okay. One more. Has everybody voted who wanted to vote on this one? Okay. If I look at the next one, talking about the new contract. So what would they agree if they agreed with you?
I suppose what we're asking here is the approach I described earlier is that we hold off on engaging on walking and cycling until we can progress the program business case, and we do that sort of 24-25 financial year. It probably should be, yeah, it probably should be yes or no. So I suppose the alternative would be that we do engagement with LTP. So I'll define it for you as more as we do engagement with LTP, and less as we do it afterwards, as I've recommended.
So there's no option for we do it sooner and get some fucking cycleways.
We
To put it
could
bluntly.
same be do it faster? I suppose it's quite.
Because the current program is to do it sooner.
That's
You
right.
know,
Yeah.
The current program is to do it 2 years ago. So same
That's
would be
correct.
sooner.
Yes.
Cool.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry about that. That was us working at pace. We were, yeah. So same as doing it sooner.
Yeah.
No.
Same as doing it after the LTP. Less is doing it with the LTP. Sorry, yeah, you're right, Rogan. Same as doing it sooner, which would be between now and Christmas.
Would a show of hands be easier with this one?
To come back on the program.
Yeah.
We can fix that.
So the direction that you're giving us there is that you would like us to land the shared pathways walk clean cycling strategy in advance of the long-term plan, which is what we've said for the last 2 years.
Maybe we come back to this question.
Apologies. Thank you. Yes, we're learning about this as we go, so we'll become smoother in it as well. What are you thinking, James?
I think we can bundle this into
Into
the previous question.
Yes.
Yeah, we can take previous question answers the answer to this one, I think.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I need to be clear. So the direction, based on that vote, is to do the improvement work program in the next 2 months to inform the LTP for the next 20 years, including the first 3 years. That's like a whole lot of work. That's what I mean. Like, yeah, that's.
I think the direction was to finish our shared pathway strategy that we've not done, that we were meant to do, that we just haven't done for a long time. I'm not against the LTP having an element of consultation on shared pathways, saying, yeah, should we go harder on them? That sounds like a great question to ask.
We'll schedule a workshop to come back with the details around that, specifically around the shared path.
So sorry, no. I need to stop. I need to handbrake on because I need to understand what we're saying here. Because what James presented was that yes, we're doing a whole work around walking and cycling, but the proposal is to not keep doing that as an independent piece of work, but to bring it into a whole of transport network view to do a whole of network improvement program. And I just don't know if elected members understand what that means and what that looks like and what needs to be developed over the next couple of months in order to feed into this LTP. But if people are trying to support, say, just keep doing walking and cycling strategy as a separate standalone program, that's a different. You're supporting something different to what I think people were supporting just then.
I would agree that further clarification on questions could be good, because I do think it should be an integrated plan. However, if it's an integrated plan that means we don't do anything until 2025, 26, then I'm like, fuck that, let's get it done.
So what I'd be keen to do on this one is earliest possible opportunity, we come back with some options, and potentially one of the options is to progressive walking and cycling strategy pre-LTP, work out exactly what that would look like and how much we could tie into our other transport work, which I was talking about. That versus another option of going with the long-term plan and engaging and working it through as part of the long-term plan, and another one which is after, which is more aligned with the program business case. And then we can have a more fulsome discussion about it and lock something down.
And I think we can prioritise that for next Wednesday's workshop. And it's really good that councillors have given us a steer that you want to have that conversation, because it now means we can put the detail together.
That's good, because I'm the number 12 that didn't vote,
This is a different
because
question.
that whole thing was confusing about which answer meant which thing.
Great. Okay.
I don't know if we've got time to. I know land transport is the most important activity at council, but there are some other people too.
I think the question here is, so is there any other things on your mind or any other expectations that you want to give to James, so that when he comes back and presents an activity management plan and a budget in 6 weeks, that like in 6 weeks is not the time to say, I'd like us to consider an increase in this or a decrease in this, because then that's unfair on James to model that at that point in time. Any other signals?
I suppose I'd like to know, James, in terms of the reduction in that rehabilitation area, the impact that might have on, delaying, say, again, if, does that mean York Street doesn't get done when you do the other work type of thing? I would hope not. I assume that sort of thing still gets done. And I'm just curious as to, I suppose, how much impact that actually does in terms of, okay, we've had a street that's needs repair, like Marlborough Street was a classic a few years ago, for instance. How much would we be delaying a project like that if we reduced the budget by that sort of amount, or would we could still prioritise those sorts of things?
What we could do for this particular question, which I think would be the best way to do it, is basically make our Forward Works program for rehabilitations and resurfacing for the next 3 years, and say we reduce the budget as per our recommendation. These are the things that don't get done, and versus these are the things that do get done. We could take that list of projects to you.
But on a net, it would be trying to compare someone noting their street got resealed 21 years after it previously got done versus 20 years. So it's, in terms of, it's a very much a network approach, and it's not likely that a short refocus for 3 years would be any noticeable effect over and above the current, areas that do need improvement.
I know the answer to my question, but hopefully the plan is going to be district-wide and not just focus on Levin.
Yeah, for the activity management plan. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Very good.
Cool. Very much. Great. We move on to community support issues and opportunities. So we'll welcome some different faces up to talk you through the issues and opportunities identified. Before any quick questions for clarification. Yeah.
And so maybe before we get into it, just check everyone kind of understands the groove of how this is working. Officers talk a little bit, you guys ask some questions, and then you vote. we okay? Is that feeling helpful? Okay.
Okay, so the chief executive did say talk a little bit, so that will be. I'll listen carefully to that bit. So, community support, a couple of things in here Mark and I will talk to, where they are under the heading of other things we want to talk about. One of those that I want to start with is the Horowhenua Company Limited contract. So that is, we currently have a contract for economic development services that's delivered by the Horowhenua Company. That contract is set to come to an end at June 2024. So Council will be facing a decision about what it does with that contract. Within those options include rolling over the contract, so we basically look to carry on with how we've been currently doing things, so essentially renewing it. It could be that we continue to have a contract with the Horowhenua Company that looks different, so a different sort of arrangement that could be for a lower value or a different level of service or even a higher value. Or it could be that there is a desire from this council to not outsource it or to go to a different provider. Not outsourcing, I would mean bringing it back in-house, which is where it was some several years ago. So at this stage, we would anticipate bringing additional information to you about this in more detail to help council make those decisions. Obviously, if we were to look at this and have your steer, then there are that service delivery approach is done through a Section 17A review. But obviously we aren't giving you all the detail tonight. There will be a question, and it's one of the few questions where we've just tried to tweak the answers a little bit, so you can perhaps just give an early steer in terms of how we might approach that contract, or what we as officers should be thinking is in your minds at this point, and moving forward. The other one is destination management. So this is an area which we have been doing a pretty good job without actually having a resource. So the team, and particularly Lisa, who's behind me, has done a great job, the later part, of almost a year to the day, where we launched the new identity. We've done several campaigns with the Horowhenua brand, and really, I guess, started to get Horowhenua on the map. So much so that the Mayor of Auckland even talks about us. And we have recently, through the Better Off funding, had funding to resource a role for destination management. We have just recruited a person to that role in the last couple of weeks. So we don't have a lot to show for what that person can do and will do, or the value they'll bring, but there's obviously a whole lot of work that we're quite excited about, and we look forward to sharing with you in the next couple of months about where we plan on going in that destination management space. But there are a couple of other aspects related within there, as also, for those of you around council the previous term, you'll recall there was an event strategy brought to council, had been developed by the Horowhenua Company, that talked about ideas such as a contestable grant fund for events and the like. And so there's some of those pieces that have just been sitting waiting for the right time to bring back, and for us to have the resource to bring those back as well. And so the question which we'll be, I guess, putting to council through this is, we expect to build quite a bit of momentum in this year that we have the Better Off funding and the resource, but do need to get a steer from council as to whether or not there would be a desire to continue that momentum past the current financial year.
Which segues nicely into what I want to talk about, which the other things we want to talk about around the events program. So, look, I suppose at the moment you'll know that we deliver a pretty impressive events program under the Horowhenua District Council umbrella. The steer we're looking from councils today is around what the appetite is to grow that. I think at the moment our events program caters really well for our immediate community and probably a little bit out of community. Then the link to that is, what does it look like growing it bigger, making it larger scale, and again that Horowhenua brand, and really championing that out into the regions and bringing visitors and attraction and linking to obviously economic development. And look, I haven't got examples of, I suppose, what that events look like, but I think we're thinking larger scale events that we would market outside of this area to bring people in. So we're just wanting to steer if that's something that we want to dip our toe into, I guess.
So both of these, and certainly some of the others that I'll talk to tonight, I guess where we've looked at the LTP as it stands at the moment, and those functions and activities that you
you see delivered in a particular way at the moment, and a number of the ones we're raising are things where we've looked at saying, well, that could actually look a bit different over the next long-term plan. Not necessarily always about spending more, but just look a bit different. And some of the ones I talk later, it's just about obviously additional pieces of work to come before you. We can move from here into I believe it's into the Slido. So the first one there is the one around destination management, just looking for your early indications based on whether that is something you would have an appetite. Admittedly, you've only had what you've heard today to go on, but to continue that momentum beyond the 1 year that we're currently going to be working in that space. Cool. Question?
Yeah, my question would be, can you tell me in 12 months what's been delivered under that destination piece? What's been a tangible outcome that you point to that was delivered through that investment?
I'd like to be a little bit more prepared, but just thinking through the job description for Casey, who's recently started, it's on her list and she's already started to look for external and internal funding opportunities. So we've already sent a funding opportunity off to the Taste Trail, for example, because it's we didn't know whether they were aware of it, just to source some more money based on whether they've been impacted by COVID. So that sort of thing, like, can we resource ourselves through external funding? Like, how do we make money? She's also looking at a business model. You know, currently we don't have a Main Street model within our district or within our town centres. Is that something, a hybrid, that we might want to explore? She's also mapping out the marketing strategy of Tastu. We're doing a tourism sector profile to understand where our strengths and weaknesses are, where we might want to invest in infrastructure, what sort of prospective other investment we could get in terms of other industry, things like that. What else? I could get up some more information if you give me 2 more seconds.
Lisa, probably just talk more about off the back of the brand refresh.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what is the work that happens in destination management around promotion in the district?
Yeah, so we've currently got an always-on Google cost per click campaign. She's going to be working on fleshing out a really robust content marketing campaign that will go across Outbrain and various other GPN providers. Will be supporting the events in the district through other digital marketing initiatives. So it's just really having a bit of capacity to be able to actually execute, you know, the vision of how we see, or where we see destination marketing and management going. When I talk to KCDC, their economic development, their sort of proxy is that for every dollar they spend on ED, they get $20 back. For every dollar they spend on events, they get $25 back. So I've tasked our digital agency with giving me if we spend $1 on destination management, how much of an investment is that making in our economy, and so that I can come back to you in November with, it's not actually expenditure, it's investment, and it's going to benefit the wider economy. So how do we help that?
Just a question following on from that. Is this one, like, and even ED, that might be worthwhile further conversation in the context of revenue and financing policy around, well, yes, there seems to be appetite to do this stuff, but should it be funded by the ratepayer generally, or should there be more targeted charges to the beneficiaries of this activity? Because that's probably the sort of space I'm in, is that, like, I'd be happy to do the same amount or even more, just depending on who pays. Because, like, at the moment you've got little old granny in her 1-bedroom flat that's funding this activity, but she doesn't get any benefit or reward out of it, arguably. Whereas some businesses do, and so I think that keen to take this forward, but I think there's also a conversation around the funding mechanism.
To clarify, funding for destination management currently is not. Yeah, it was subsidised completely through Better Off funding.
It's funded through Better Off funding, there's going forward, it would have to, because that Better Off funding ends, it would have to come out of general rate. Yeah.
So that's helpful in the sense that this was never intended to answer all those questions, but the couple that you have raised give us a good signal in terms of the sort of information that we can bring back and cover off, and certainly what the function would deliver, but also potentially funding opportunities for that as well.
I agree. So we're nearly there with a visitor map, for example, and I've tasked Casey with speaking out how much it would cost for that to be self-funded and even make a little bit more money so that we can fund the visitor guides, for example. She's already contacted procurement and finance for what it might mean in terms of us, basically selling advertisements in that map. Our digital agency is phenomenal. They work with Destination Queenstown. They give us, they do an amazing job for us. Destination Queenstown, while it's a much bigger organisation, their website has memberships. So to be on their website as a tourism operator, they pay, but also they have to, they get back a certain amount of reach, engagement, impressions, all that sort of stuff. But that needs resource to be able to fund that, and that's quite a mature model, which I wouldn't expect to have in the next year or two. But as we grow, definitely something that we're looking into. How do we self-fund? But we just need a bit more time.
So the second one is around the Horowhenua Company contract for economic development services, and put 3 options which broke away from the other options you've been typically given. It was eager just to get, again, you'll have more information that will inform any decision, but it was just based on what you know at the moment. Whereas your head is it around rolling over the contract, some sort of different arrangement, maybe a contract of a lesser value, or different level of service from the company, or is it something that we bring in-house?
Yeah, same questions as the last topic on ROI. Where's the return on investment? Show me some data that this is an activity worth granny in a flat paying for.
Patiently waiting for one more, or is someone not voting? There we go. Thank you.
Can I just ask a question on this one? Because one of the things that seems to be a problem with events is it's the upfront capital that an event holder requires to get something off the ground, but then they generate revenue from holding the event. If it's been a successful event, they get a whole lot of people turning up buying tickets. So this again is one where depending on the model that we might choose, if it's partially or fully self-funding, it's just around when we get our money back or when we get some money back. That kind of changes it for me, because if it's sort of like a co-fund to start with, but there's some benefit that then comes back from council after the event happens as well. That's the appetite changes. Unless it versus just, well, we're going to give you 20 grand up front and there's no strings attached. I don't know if that's factored into your thinking. But
Yeah, I think Sam. I think what I just clarified, my intention with this question is around enhancing our current operating events program. So OPEX for us. This is not the contestable fund. So this is our current events program of all the great events that we see Chloe delivering out in the community. This is essentially putting more money into that basket so we can enhance that program and deliver probably bigger events than what we do now that then we market outside of the community and bring people into the community.
So, Mark, how do we, because this aligns with the destination management too, doesn't it? The events program.
Yeah, it does.
So how do we, I guess, marry those things together? Not so much for this tonight, but if we're looking at enhancing or doing more, doing better, how does that fit into the destination management? It's probably something be good to bring to council.
Yeah, and look, there's a link. I mean, if I look at it on a small scale, you look at Pop-Up Eats that's happening out at Te Takiti Taunga Kurahopo, very small event, low cost to run. We brand that with Horowhenua NZ at the moment. So what we're saying is what's something bigger, and we would like to see people travel into our area that actually take part in it. It's a really small scale. If I could give you another slight example, there's been in the past where I have organised the Black Sticks have played Japan on the Kapiti Coast. I was the event organiser for it. They came in, so we paid a bit of money. We got Japan playing an international hockey game at the hockey turf, and we managed to get a lot of people coming in from Wellington, booking out all of our accommodation, eating out of all of our restaurants. So there's absolutely a link. That's kind of where I'm trying to get a steer on if there's an appetite for that.
Must be one more coming somewhere. Yes. Turn that off.
Obviously, Ross is withdrawing himself from this conversation. Okay. Kia ora everybody. Emergency management. This has been probably something on my mind for a little while, and it really hit home recently when I was in Wellington on my recent course that I completed down there, and heard some of the what's happening within the industry. It's particularly one of the hard-hitting facts for me was around NEMA planning for catastrophic events rather than the local earthquake and the impacts of what something like that could mean for New Zealand and potentially for our region. So in a local context, obviously we contract our emergency management service out. Contracts currently gives us 3 days in the office and 24/7 coverage for an emergency. We do a good job. There's a lot more we can be doing in this space, and that's primarily why I've wanted to float the idea and get test the appetite for increasing resource to a 5-day and potentially even 2 people throughout that 5-day coverage. In terms of capital investment, we haven't invested a lot over the last few years in terms of civil defence or emergency management. There's conversations happening around the value of Starlink, portable water tanks which we utilise from Pontiaroa to take to Central Hawke's Bay. There's stuff that we don't have a lot of resource. We have a couple of generators that can be used, but in terms of our ability to man an EOC in emergency, and I think some of the stuff is quite fundamental for us to enable to continue to operate. And then the final part I was keen to get a steer on this evening is how we currently fund our events. So we have anything at the moment that occurs is reactive, and we overspend. We don't have a budget for an emergency event, and if we should be allocating a budget for such event, and then if we do and nothing happens, should that be carried over in a pool, then sort of starts to accumulate for when something does occur in this space.
These questions are hard to answer based on your, thoughts on if we should do this in-house or not.
Yeah, I don't think that's a question we're asking right now. That's something that will come through the Section 17A review in a couple of years' time. But I hear you, Rogan.
Sorry, just when you talk about increasing staffing coverage, in terms of the budget that we've got at the moment, you basically want to increase it by a third, a half, 100%. What's your feeling in terms of that?
I'd probably have to go away and do a little bit of work on that, Bernie. At this stage, before I did it, was keen to get an understanding if this was something we were looking at entertaining at all.
I know at a later date this is going to come back with some numbers, but I'm struggling a little bit giving an indication without actually knowing, is this 400,000 more, or is this like it was for doubling the footpaths? We know that that's 400, doubling means 8, but so far some of these questions, you want to do more, do you want to do more? I mean, in my mind it's going click, 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 and then we get the big number at the end, and how much percent more on your rates when we've still got stranded overheads of 5% with the 3 water change. So like that's in the back of my mind. Add it all up and it becomes, well, you do a whole lot of work for nothing.
If I was to take a stab without going through and doing more work, I think it would be in the vicinity of 100k more than what we currently pay. But there needs to be some work to analyse it.
And now that's helpful, but all the others we've already said yes or no to, more or less, and there's more activities to come. I'm just getting a little bit.
And so what we're going to do at the end is show you the stuff that you've, like when we bring that all together, what does that say you've said more to, or less to? And we're going to ask for some prioritisation to occur, because putting aside the rates impact, just the ability for staff and elected members to engage in all of those changes all at once is actually quite a bit of work. And so we'll ask council to do a bit of, okay, well, what's most important out of all of that stuff? Remembering that, and this is what's challenging about these conversations, is this might not all be for year 1 of the LTP. But we're trying to build a 20-year budget here, and so some of it might be about, well, what are we forecasting, when we're thinking, might not be right now, but in that 5 years' time, or that 10 years' time. So yeah, I get it, Piri, but this is our attempt of trying to have elected members drive the direction of the LTP rather than officers serve up to your wish list.
It's still a list.
So can we also then at the end, when we're doing that ranking, can we ask the question, which of these things suit themselves to being looked at as part of the redesign, the stranded overheads, 3 waters organisational design piece of work? Because, like, thinking about what Jonathan said last week about in terms of those different options and models, like, it doesn't just have to be, like, what the organisation looks like post 3 waters should take into account some of the stuff, as in, like, what is the role and function, form and function of council, and what's the suitable organisational design and level of resource required to deliver that. And so, like, I think just at the end, if we could have that conversation, go, well, yeah, we're keen to just take this forward irrespective, or yes, actually this needs to factor into part of that design thinking. Is that okay?
So the next question was in relation to the capital investment in emergency management space.
So you spoke about generators, tankers. Does this include looking at our civil defence capabilities in terms of our centres, our maraes, and what level of capital investment might be needed to enhance or bring them up to the required level?
I think initially we'd look at what we need internally, but yes, certainly it would look to broaden that around what our welfare centres needs as well.
Brenda, are you thinking local events here rather than regional events? Because I would have sort of, Horizons have got a pretty good, regional sort of setup, and I would imagine they've got lots of things, and we had quite a bit of assistance from, other areas, when we had the tornado and things like that. So what I'd be interested in terms of what are the things that we haven't got now that would make such a difference in events that we couldn't borrow or use from other areas.
Can I answer that? Yeah. There is no help in the event. The last basically every emergency we've had probably in the last 30 years, there's no help for a single community. You're on your own for at least 5 days. Oh, sorry. No. Yeah, but we probably don't need a new portable generator. I think we've already bought it.
It's probably not so much a generator. We've got a generator. It's more around the capability around Starlink and
Heck of a lot of generator.
And here, the final questions are around if we want to build in anything in the budget now for an emergency event, as we're setting budgets for the next 20 years.
Is this in line with the risk insurance piece and the range of things we might do rather than just looking at that on its own? Okay.
Yeah, so this is the idea that we might budget some contingency for an emergency, and if we don't use it in the year, it would go into an adverse events fund or a catastrophic events fund, and we build up a reserve for an event.
Well, yeah. So on this one, it appeals to me that in the insurance space where we've talked about some potential moving to more of a self-insurance model and making some insurance savings, I do like this idea of taking some of those savings right now and ring-fencing them for this type of thing, rather than that just translating into a rates decrease for the beneficiaries that live here for the short term. I feel like this approach requires that if we're going to self-insure, we need to. I mean, the only other piece that sort of counteracts against that is the idea of having headspace in your debt level, so that you can just borrow it when you need to, and you can have reserve funds, that kind of thing. But I think that this is something that we should look to do, and specifically I would start with the funding that realised savings from our insurance against current levels would be kind of my level of appetite.
It's shifting. It's
Yeah.
not. It's shifting. It's not new money. So how do you answer that?
Just by
More.
might be my naivety showing through, or my newness on council, but is the best place for this in LTP, or is there another mechanism through council to do this?
This would be the best mechanism, because a long-term plan is the mechanism in which we would create the construct for a reserve fund, but it's also because ultimately obviously it wouldn't necessarily have a rating impact, but it still has a accounting impact, and it would need to be reflected in our revenue and financing policy.
Because it would be different to all of our other reserve funds where there's not actually the reserve funds at the moment are just when we need it, we can borrow that amount of money up to the reserve fund, whereas this is actually about taking money and, well, Jacinta, you'll probably better explain how it would work.
There is one fund that we have that's a little bit along these lines, and it's the Hockey Turf Replacement Fund. So we build it up through a rates each year so that when we need to do some, it's a little bit more structured, that one, but it is a similar premise.
I assume the mayoral relief fund money that we had left over would be included in this type of thing.
Absolutely could be, if that's what you at the moment is sitting there for a future event.
And the other question, I suppose, infrastructure-wise, we're not going to own our Three Waters assets, and well, who knows what's going to happen. But I mean, there are the potential that we don't own our Three Waters assets. Does that sort of impact on how much money we might need to put aside or not put aside?
It does if we think about it in the context of some of the costs to our asset. Although, if you look at what's happened in Hawke's Bay, the biggest cost is in the roading network, it's not the Three Waters. If anything, it actually presents a greater risk for us around capability, because it's naturally your Three Waters contractors and your Three Waters staff that typically play a leadership role within your civil defence structure.
Is there any risk of, if we were really good at this, which we won't be, and 10 years from now we've got a bunch of money in the bank, and we do have an event, that we wouldn't receive any central government funding, whereas we otherwise might have if we went, we've got no money, as opposed to saying we've got $1 million in the bank. It happens, For instance, Christchurch, where the government is helping to do the buyout of those houses post landslide.
Napier and Hastings, the buyback scheme, where the government's providing 50% to Hastings and Napier. Napier have very little debt and actually have reserve funds. Hastings have a lot of debt. The same policy has been applied to both councils. Waka Kotahi, all councils required to give their share, which under emergency fund is typically 10%. It's probably Horowhenua where it's not government assistance, but maybe other philanthropic assistance. But if we look at how Red Cross has distributed their funding off the back of the cyclone, I don't think the balance sheet of council has been a factor.
Can I just also add that it's the speed at which you can access funds to generate recovery is important, and government funding is never fast to come online in those events.
Even our
relief fund.
tornado, that we got money from government for that, and it was a minor event in the scheme of things.
We also had to match what they put in.
Great, and just as we close the community support function, were there any other issues that were top of mind that you would like included as we prepare the budgets and activity management plans? And then we'll move into community facilities if there are no questions. Okay, great. Mark.
Righto. I know that James said that land transfer was most popular, but community facilities and services, surely. Right. There's a few here, so I'm just going to go a bit of a brief on some of these going through, and then happy to take questions as we go through. I think that's worked quite well. Te Awaho Newstrom, the roof requires replacement. It leaks. I think most people around the table know of this. You may have spotted some buckets. We have indicative figures between 300 to 500, just based off some of the work we've been doing looking into that roof. Te Takiri Tango Kura Haupua, in terms of the ventilation system, Not fit for purpose in the sense that in summer it's warm in there, it struggles to get the temperatures down. It's also ageing infrastructure, ageing plant. For example, we just had one of the boilers go recently. In line with this is we've also identified with the recent works to the youth space has no ventilation system. It has a heating system, but not so much an air ventilation system. As you can imagine, a bunch of boys playing basketball, air ventilation is quite key. That's kind of all tied into Te Takere Taonga Horowhenua into that ventilation piece, just to make it a more comfortable environment for people who use that space. Do you want to talk about Fox and Paul?
So Fox and Paul, obviously coming online this year, and we moved to a 12-month model rather than the seasonal model. We had built operational costs to cover that when we went through the LTP last time. However, the changes that to minimum wage has more or less offset most of those costs. So I just wanted to signal that there is likely to be an increase in operational costs for that facility to operate as we intend it to. Oh, the Live in Aquatic Centre, yes, certainly. So currently, keen on a steer regarding the Live in Aquatic Centre. We have money in this financial year to undertake a business case to determine the future of the site and if it's the right site and what we do. But keen, there's an opportunity to defer that and look at it when it might be closer to when we're looking at construction, or also probably in Live in Aquatic Centre around signalling throughout the LTP if there's any appetite to start looking at when we might do some more work there.
Recreation's next on the list, and what is council's role? I suppose getting a steer at the moment. We do a really good job as a council building recreational assets across our community. I suppose this piece is around what does activation look like, or what does it look like when we want to promote those spaces and get our community moving and out using our spaces. Recreation is starting to become a bit of a conversation in other local governments, and other councils are starting to dip their toe into that area of work. Sport New Zealand have changed some of their priorities around not just being sport and high performance sport. They're now using words like play and recreation. There's quite a bit of funding attached to those different areas. So again, today the purpose from around the table is getting a steer. Is that something that councils want us to look at around what council's role is in recreation, and hopefully that little blurb there gives you an indication of the types of things we can do in that recreational space. Then back to Brent for decarbonisation.
Our aquatic facilities are really high use of gas, and our contract I think finishes next year, and we are expecting almost to double what our goings will be in terms of gas to heat our facilities. So we are interested in looking at a piece of work to move away from gas, to look at electricity, look at hot water heat pumps or other alternate solutions for these sites to try and mitigate that increase in cost.
Cool. And I understand that elected members had a bit of a conversation around our operating hours in our community facilities and services. So again, here's the opportunity to kind of signal to us what that looks like in terms of reduction of hours. We haven't got any kind of detail on that at the moment. Happy to take some questions around it. But again, this is the opportunity to give us a steer on if that's something you want us to go away and consider. That was a bit of a quick run through.
Can we just have some questions and ask first? Just on the Fox, can you go back to the previous, the Foxton Pool operational costs? So I'm just wanting to make sure that there's also an associated revenue assumption, because one of the pitches that was sold to council as part of that was that the increased offering would increase revenue. So keen to understand what that looks like. The Live in Aquatic Centre business case. I don't think I'm even I want to see still some momentum around developing up what the future requirements might be, and therefore what the options might be, whether it's expand facility, new site, something else. I don't know. So I'm not at the business case stage. Like I'm at the just kick the tires and understand what this means, what the long term, because we've already been told that we're at capacity at that facility, right? And so kicking the can down the road with that to another LTP for me doesn't seem like a sensible decision. But I get that we're not even in a position for this LTP to be making decisions about what kind of funding envelope or its timing or anything like that. But want to signal that we need to invest in developing up the options to get to the point where we can make some decisions, and whether it's LTP amendment in maybe 2 years' time or the next LTP. So that's where I sit. That recreation waters council's role. Unfortunately, I missed the session around the sports 102. Yeah, sports 102. But I'm really, really keen to see us again. Maybe not in the lead up to this LTP, but a program of works that involves talking to our neighbours about what they are investing in, so that we can make smart, integrated sort of network decisions. That means that we're really good at some facilities for a couple of sports. Our neighbours are really good, so that we're not competing and we're being efficient. And the other place in there is also, having had a conversation with the Ministry of Education representatives, they are so keen to talk about how we do infrastructure and facilities together, whether that's on school property, because I mean, most of their facilities are used Monday to Friday. Most of our facilities use Saturday and Sunday. There's a real opportunity there to just try and be really more efficient and optimise the facilities that we can provide. Yeah.
There's a little bit there, so we might start from the bottom and then work our way up.
And then I forgot something.
There we go. Okay. I just want to clarify again, when we're talking about recreation, when I talk about recreation in my mind, I'm talking from a programming operational perspective rather than necessarily the facility thing as such. So you're right, and part of the work that Sport 1 and 2 are doing is talking about what does that whole recreation, the facility piece look like regionally, which is smart. The piece that I'm talking about when I say recreation is, what's council's role in helping promote recreation and get activities. Yeah, look, I can give you, there's lots of examples that other councils do. The example I use actually all the time in a council setting is we go away and we build a basketball court. And we build a really cool basketball court, and then we walk away from it, and then we just hope the community use it. And sure, 8 times out of 10, the community will use it. What I'm saying is, in that example, let's build a basketball court, but actually let's hook up with the local basketball club and facilitate some sort of competition that then use that space, so that we've got some guaranteed use of our spaces. That's an example in like a very short way, if that makes sense. And then your other questions, the revenue piece around Fox and Pulse forecasting.
Yeah, absolutely, and I can bring that back. There was a revenue assumption there, as well as obviously operational. I can't remember what it was off the top of my head, but yeah, I can do some work in that. Bring that back.
Business case.
And the business case, I just with where we're at with Levin Aquatic Centre. So we've obviously done that piece of work around a high level strategy around facilities. We've also done a feasibility study on a Levin Aquatic Centre that did investigate shared usage or a facility in conjunction with Horowhenua College. Investigated alternate sites, and it investigated the sporting hub model. So I think I can share that. We have it, so everyone's got awareness of it, and then if required, we can have a further conversation around options for Levin Aquatic Centre moving forward.
And sorry, the last thing I had omitted was just on that the last bullet, the operating hours, reduced hours. I mean, from my perspective, it's about cost control. So whether that is the outcome, that's the thing. But I've always been of the view that with pools and libraries, it's one of these things that portions of our community really value those facilities and other people don't. And we just have to be realistic about that, right? And people resent having to pay for some of those, even though they have the option to access them and the right to use them. But I think in terms of controlling costs and signalling to our community that yes, we are willing to provide these facilities at up to a certain level of investment and a level of cost, I'd like to see a model where it's like a per person budget or value across the population or something like that, so that we can really make clear decisions around, well, yes, we're willing to provide this activity up to this certain dollar investment. And then, because then when we come to have conversations in future years, well, do we want to up that? You get a real sense of, well, what does this actually mean to a person in the community? If would you want this extra if it's going to cost you an extra $100 a year? And so I just, for me in this space, that's where I sit, is that it's about cost control, because it's a reasonable level of operational cost and investment.
So one of our SSPs is around the libraries spending $7. Yeah. And I can remember being on the trust when we talked about that figure. We were a hell of a lot less than most districts around the country in terms of what we were investing in those library facilities in most of the country. But it would be interesting to see how relevant that $7 is now. A couple of things around, Te Awa Newstrom, the roof. We need to get on and get this done, don't we? We don't. It's well past talking about it anymore. It's been a sore thing on our backside for a while now. I'd also be curious to know in terms of the air ventilation system and the sounds and the decarbonisation sound like really expensive pieces of work. Am I in the right ballpark with that? It just seems big.
In terms of the decarbonisation, I think there's probably some funding opportunities we can look at to offset some of that. Some of the work could be quite expensive, but to give an example, when we were talking about Fox and Pool in 2020, at that point it was $170,000 to move from a gas boiler to a. It'd probably be more now, given that we're outside of the scope of the project, but there's some work to do. Look at that.
And in terms of the ventilation system, like I said, we haven't gone and dug deep and got figures. I would suggest that rather than necessarily replacing, it's about upgrading. And again, I'm not a specialist in this area, but having spoken to our team in Parks and Property, that has been discussed in the past about upgrading the initial system. And then I think when I mentioned the use space, I actually think that's quite a quick fix, actually, because it's an isolated area. And so we might be able to do that. So not huge.
Thank you.
So do you want to go back one? Thank you. If I start at the bottom, I absolutely want to see some options. When I look overall at the budget, there is a gap between what we get in for targeted rates for those facilities and what it costs us to deliver. More so the Te Tākere or the community centres than the aquatic centre. And I get the majority of that cost is actually staff costs. So, I think just looking at options where we can, make some savings in that space, without significantly impacting service delivery would be a happy medium. But we might have to make some choices in that space. In terms of the aquatic centre future development space, I'm not quite sure where it fits in the footprint in terms of us funding that sort of thing anyway. But I think there's certainly the much wider conversation about how they could be incorporated into part of our sporting facility solutions as part of the wider conversation. So, maybe from an LTP perspective, that conversation can come into the mix when you start talking about a sports hub or a Donnelly Park development plan or something like that, because I don't necessarily think that a swimming baths complex necessarily needs to be connected to town centre. There seems to be lots of models all over the country where the recreational space of a pool is attraction enough to pull people in to use it versus it being really close to a town centre scenario. And I would be favourable for us to look at more opportunities to promote more recreational more along the participational side across all age groups and not just focus on that pure sports, which I think fits quite nicely with brand Horowhenua in terms of, again, thinking from the mountains to the sea aspect of promoting that too.
Clint, can I just make sure I've understood your comments around when you look at the numbers and what we receive in targeted rate versus what the activity costs us? I assume the gap that you're referring to is the gap that we get through fees and charges, so that's that privately funded, so that's the money that we're earning via people paying to go into the pool or booking our facilities. I'm hearing a message that you'd like to see some options around how could we decrease the rate requirement. Is that the message? Yeah, and that rate, decreasing the rate requirement could be in the form of levels of service. It might be around reducing hours, it might be about reducing programming, or it might be about increasing revenue through things that are not rates. Is that? Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and so I just want to really understand that when you say wash its face, you mean because pools and libraries will never wash its face. Like they are funded by the ratepayer. There is no self-sustaining library or pool in New Zealand. You mean decrease the load that we might be putting on the ratepayer. Yeah.
Great. Would members be happy to move into the questions, to answering questions, and not to cut off questions on specific topics, but just to see where we're at. We could maybe do this by a show of hands if that's going to be less confusing. It is another one that we, just learning as we're going in terms of operating the tool. So would that be preferable, less confusing? Yes. Okay, so could we say yes, yeah. Yeah, just whether we should look at including that in the budgets that will come back to you for further discussion. Yeah, good. Thank you. Great. Okay, we'll take the show of hands. Great. Yes, next time we use this tool, we'll have modified it slightly so it will make more sense to you for this.
We might do another show of hands for this one. So those in favour of us looking to replace or upgrade the air ventilation system at Te Takiti Taonga Koropo. This is in favour of. Cool. Thank you.
No.
No, okay, we'll go again with the yes and no. So, essentially the operational costs, building that into year one, giving us a steer to go away and review those.
Yeah. Nice.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
Cool.
How about this one?
conscious of Sam's mention
Yeah.
of
But I think the business case could drive some of what you're asking, Sam. Councillor Jennings. So I think we could get a lot of that information that you're seeking through our business case.
But this is the thing, right? You're going to do a business case on what? So we haven't even given you a steer around the options that we want you to go away and look at. So for me, we're at the wrong stage. Like business, we're not even near a business case because all I think that for the purposes of this LTP, I think you're asking for was what is operational funding or funding, however it's captured, to go away and do the work to work up options and eventually lead to a business case where a business case is brought to a decision point. And I think that decision point, I don't think that decision point is this LTP because we're not known it. And so it looks like it's kind of like a 2 or 3 year program of work to work up this piece of work and to enable decisions. Am I right? Or not? Like, feel free to, if we're more advanced than I'm thinking we are, feel free to challenge that. But that's
I like the feasibility study has investigated a number of options and came back with some recommendations. Possibly when that was all completed, got lost a little bit with the Fox and Paul conversation. So it is a starting point. Perhaps we need to recirculate that and get some feedback on that document before we then have a conversation around advancing the conversation with Living Aquatic Centre.
I think the reality, though, is that this is where council need to make some value management decisions about where you want to put your energy. The likelihood of you giving consideration to the aquatic strategy and that needs analysis between now and Christmas is like it's not a priority. I think what Brent is saying is don't go spend money on a needs analysis because that work was done 3-4 years ago. Let's use that needs analysis work that was done. I think what I'm hearing from you, Sam, is at least needs to be refreshed and it needs to reflect the beat of the table. That's not a priority as part of this LTP, but we need to at least accommodate some funding in those first couple of years to shape up and refine what investment will look like, acknowledging that there is already quite large sums of money in our long-term plan for strategic investment in aquatics in the future. We just don't know what it's for. But if councillors had a different view and said, no, like this is a priority, we should solve this as part of the LTP, it will mean that you'll need to say something else is less of a priority, probably.
Thanks, Rogan. Yeah, because I can tell you that from the current LTP, in years 4 to 20, we put buckets of general money because we were not in a position to make any decisions about the future of the Living Aquatic Centre because the first document that we came around had some pretty big numbers in it, and the appetite around the table was no, but there needs to be way more work and some more optioneering. That was my understanding of the thing there. So I don't think we're even ready to take that piece of work and advance it to the next stage. And so it is definitely a revisiting, refresh, reconsideration of the work that's already been done, acknowledging that that's also 3 years old, and so the numbers will be a lot different.
I think I'm only going to agree with what Sam said. Yeah, we've got $7.5 million budgeted for strategic and growth related aquatics projects in 3 years from now, spread over 5 years. Regardless, I mean, I'd support moving some of that forward to decide what we're going to do, but we should probably just have a conversation instead of paying a really expensive consultant again.
Thank you, and we'll move on to the next one about council's role in recreation. Yep.
Love it. They handed out lots of money to lots of lots of councils for recreation recently. People got real big skate parks, destination skate parks, $5 million skate parks. We didn't. Yeah, into it, tied into events. Sounds good. Not a question, just a rant.
So just to clarify, so this, in tangible terms, probably means more human resource to run the program. So you're talking about more operational cost to deliver this as a service, right?
Yes, Sam, it is. It's essentially looking at human resource and maybe a little bit of, we want to look at a little bit of money to be able to spend to be able to create the recreational opportunities. But primarily, human resource.
I don't want to rewind to the poll, but it's a ticking time bomb, isn't it? When it's only going to cost more and more money, the current polls. Do we have a lifespan? Can we have a lifespan when we find out about that?
The asset itself is in good condition. It's the capacity around around ability to have recreational lanes available at all times, or and a lane suite available to the public during peak time. That's the challenge we've got.
Can we move on to the decarbonising question?
I've just pulled up an email actually that went into a little bit of detail. So our gas bill for Living Aquatic Centre will move from about $130,000 to $244,000 if we stay on gas per annum.
Cool. So when this is presented, you'll be able to show us the time frame in which switching to something would pay for itself. Because if we had that, even if we had to pair that with a bunch of solar panels on some roofs, then it'd be really easy. It'd be like it's all sorted.
Great. Would anyone else like to vote on that one? It gives a clear steer.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And then we move on to, this is not probably more a comment or a steer rather than a more or less. We've got.
Yeah, I think we've got some direction there to play with. Having had the conversation, I know where councils are sitting, so we'll be able to pull something together and have a look at that.
Mark, on this one for me, it's if we're dealing with operating hours of the pools, we're at capacity now, so I'm presuming the hours we're open is pretty much fully used. So I think that information is going to be important to steer that conversation, as well as the libraries. If we're open till 4 o'clock on a Sunday, what sort of people are getting through the door on the average, that sort of stuff. It's going to drive that conversation.
Yes, so we have that data available from our door counters, who's in facilities at what times, and we can look at that. Just on the comment around pools, it's probably around our peak time use rather than all day.
Sweet. And you can overlay that with cost per hour to operate data and, the cost of obviously there's some cost of having people there and setting them up, but that'd be great. I just want to know what, cost per person it is for the 6 people that might be swimming between 8 and 9 p.m. I've never gone to the pools between 8 and 9 p.m. If somebody has, correct me, please.
Just further to Clint's point about the revenue, and obviously the more emphasis on user pays, I think was some part of your sentiment, but that whole idea of what opportunities are there to generate additional revenue, particularly from pools. I think there's some a number of opportunities in that aquatic space to increase the revenue by taking a more user pays approach in some aspects, like not swimming lessons, but I think there's a range of. So I don't know. As part of your work and leading up to what you're going to bring back, is that also going to be considering potentially some things that might be additional revenue sources, or where we could push a bit harder to increase that revenue?
Yes, yeah, we've got some ideas where we can look at some of those options.
I think the last comment for me too is I think a lot of libraries perhaps is underselling what those facilities are, because they're far more than a library, particularly TEDs, but to tackle as well. It's not just a library. Yeah.
Thank you. Were there any other top of mind issues for community facilities? Rogan?
Going if no one else is going. Libraries, we've got a lot of shiny stuff there. A lot of it doesn't get used. I'd love to see it used or not bought. And the number of back office staff we've got working that amuses me sometimes. Could we be investing in improved systems with a return on investment, book sorting things? I know that's stupidly expensive, but there's a whole lot of things like that. Return on investment on bookings, we've got a manual process. Yeah, you do you, but we could do things better, I think.
Make sure you include the volunteer hours that go into those facilities.
Thank you. Great. We move now into community infrastructure. Welcome, Arthur.
Hi, and good to talk to you. Particularly good to talk about the first topic here, afterlife arrangements. At 5:10 on a Wednesday is probably not a bad thing to talk about. For some of us, of more importance than others, no doubt, as well. But it is time, really, to have this discussion. Couple of things around this. We've been working on development plans over the last 2 or 3 years to get an understanding on how we might improve our arrangements and improve some of the levels of services we have for our residents. To this point, our cemetery approach has probably been a little bit piecemeal, and that's as we've been trying to work out where exactly we are. We're getting to a position now we've got a better idea on how we might be able to expand and improve services. Things like, which we don't currently cover, things like natural burials, things like books of remembrance, all these sort of things. Cemeteries are pretty space hungry, as you could probably appreciate. And over the period of this long-term plan, we are going to need to provide more access to burials to pretty much all our cemeteries across this next 20-year period. Some much quicker than others. Right now, we don't have anything in the long-term plan as an integrated approach to developing our cemeteries. And this really is about saying that we're getting to a position now where we probably need to clearly flag that there'll be a range of costs potentially to start developing some of these cemeteries moving forward, to make sure that we don't effectively run out of space. Some more pressing than others. The Avenue Cemetery particularly is one that we do need to pay close attention to. First class sport. People will be familiar with the fact that we currently have first class cricket at Dolly Park. We also have the Hurricanes playing their pre-season games. We also had the women's rugby the question, I suppose, again, is to maintain that level of delivery. There's probably going to need to be an increase, well, there's going to need to be an increase in what it is we try, and the maintenance we apply to some of these areas. Just recently, it's been brought to our attention, for instance, the living domain. To maintain first-class sport on there, we're probably going to need to do an investment in irrigation, which will be 200,000-ish. So I think the thing is whether council wants to continue to attract this level of sport, and if so, we are invariably going to need to invest a little bit more in it. I mean, on the plus side, when we do have those significant games, and August Wood was a particular one, then we get an awful lot of people into the area, which has that knock-on effect in terms of GDP and bringing more money into the area. So there is some real positives come out of this as well. The other thing in there is the Parks Development budget, and I believe kicks in 26-27. The regular 1.25 million, I think. The problem with that figure, although it is a significant figure, is probably not significant enough to have a major impact on increasing the use of some of our parks. So there's only two ways forward on this, really. As population develops, one is to develop more parks, talk about that a little bit more, and the other one is to try and enhance the level of use of some of those parks. We've had quite a few development plans done. Some, like Kennedy Park, which was an improvement plan that came out of an earlier council plan, long-term plan. Even a relatively small development like that is probably going to demand more than 1.25 to get a good result and to increase the value of that site for people to use. So this one is essentially about reviewing where we are with our current development plans and determining if we do want to maximise the value of these sites, or if that is not really where we need to be, and to stick with the existing 1.25, which will do smaller areas, but won't have that major impact on large sites like Donnelly Park. And a place like Donnelly Park, if you're trying to develop it, you come to a sort of a critical mass that allows you to move forward, that allows you to phase those works in. But the current figure probably would not achieve that critical mass for a place like Donnelly Park. So again, something to consider. Increase in parks assets from growth. We've not talked about this too much, although it has been alluded to. Clearly there is growth. We're all well familiar with Terra Ika, which will be coming online over the next 5, probably 3 to 10 years. That site in itself has 14 new reserves, 8 new wetlands, and a new playing area. If you look at the Waiterary development and Waiterary Beach there, around the old Baggeries Lakes, that brings 1.4 hectares of lake into the public domain. So these are biggish areas that are going to require further investment moving forwards. And again, this is really to, should we say, get an indication from council on the interest in investing so that we can meet the demand on these new facilities.
Just quickly on the in relation to the obviously the IT that we're working through with recreational services currently, we're looking at what we can do in the contract to scale up for at different times for these sort of as more assets come online, and how that can be built into a contract so we can accommodate these things and providing options for that. So I just wanted to make sure that was captured.
Yeah, and as Brent says, yes, we are doing that, but there's still going to be a significant increase in the assets, so we need to determine how we're going to manage that moving forward. Whether we're looking at retaining an existing budget and moving resources and value from one area to the other, or whether there is interest from council to try and prioritise and building an integrated approach to sort of delivering those services as we move forwards. The other one there is the urban treescape, which essentially is trees, street trees. Obviously, street trees are extremely important in setting the tone of a neighbourhood, extremely important in terms of shade and in terms of managing stormwater and so on and so forth. However, council's street tree landscape is becoming mature and over mature. A number of areas we do have large trees in probably not the most opportune spaces, and you heard James refer to that earlier. A typical example is, for instance, on Queen Street Road East, where we've got a bunch of amelia trees under power lines, which are obviously too large for that location. The implications of that is that we then have to maintain those for quite a long, and again for quite a significant sum, and that cost will continue to accelerate as well. So this is about.
Just sorry, Arthur, you're getting into a bit of detail there. I was just going to comment that obviously the parks and property activity is a pretty large and complex activity within council, and it's also an activity that you as elected members have signalled that you want more visibility over, and you've obviously been given a bit of that in recent times, and so you can anticipate a lot more detail when Arthur comes back with the activity management plan. But really, we're just wanting to set the scene here for a bit of like what's the context we're operating in, what's some of the stuff on Arthur and Brent's mind as they're developing their AMP, but just that you're hearing a strong theme here around growth and around the pressure of growth, what it will do to our costs. So just any of that early signal around levels of service is, and it might even be helpful for us to have that in any other conversation before we kind of go through some of this.
I'm kind of thinking about, I guess, the indoor sports, which are currently catered for by the events centre, which we don't own. But I guess the feedback I'm getting from users is that there's too many using it now, and there's not enough room. Like there's obviously gymnastics is in one part where you're around, and then taekwondo was there. And the other side you've got volleyball, basketball, the skating, that other skate sport, I can't remember the name of it, but they are unable to book because there's someone else in there, and it's just they're all jammed and they're missing opportunities. They're not able to host tournaments, regional ones, even national. Like there is great potential there, and an existing need already without the growth we're facing that's coming. And so a facility is a we long term in this 20-year plan. How soon can we address some of that without rather than just always focus on what we've got this and we want to, like, I'm not against doing more of what we're doing, but what about the stuff that's kind of been in waiting and now at its maximum? And others are nodding, so they're obviously hearing the same stuff I'm hearing. How do we and when will we address that?
I'll refer to I talked about critical mass. Now, one of the proposals for the Donnelly Park development is an indoor sports arena to take an awful lot of the sort of badminton and some of that pressure off. And this is where I'm saying the current position at 1.25, which is the proposal, that isn't going to cut it when you're trying to put in a new facility like that, for instance. There's a significant, I think the one that was proposed was around 8 or 10 million or something like that. So there's going to be a point, if you do want to start treating that away from the point that was raised by Councillor Jennings, if there is no dual use facility. And dual use facilities are well utilised in the UK, where you're talking about schools, the public, or councils. However, those things are not, they're not well fitted in retrospectively. They're much better built as as the schools are built. So, failing the fact that we're going to have any decent, improvements in schools, then there is a strictly limited availability for indoor sports. Yes.
The sports, though, I'm referring to are not sports teams, they are clubs and academies.
But I think part of our dilemma, part of the situation we find ourselves in, it's a little bit similar to aquatics. And I've just drawn myself a little time frame here about what does life maybe look like in the first 10 years of the long-term plan with aquatics in mind. And because it's, over the last few years, there's this work being done on development plans or master plans, but we still don't have that global picture of, well, when we think about sport and recreation needs across the district, how do we make sure that before we spend any of those 1.25 million buckets that are in the LTP, that there has been that broader endorsement at this table about the sequencing and the priorities of that work, because it's all kind of linked. Because if council presses go on Donnelly over here but hasn't actually thought about the showgrounds and indoor basketball, netball, academies, marching, whatever it might be, there's a risk that we've kind of got this isolated investment program. And this LTP is not going to solve that stuff, right? We're not going to have all the answers to it. But my sense is that it's similar to aquatics, where in the first couple of years of the LTP, we've got to refine the needs analysis, the optioneering, but make sure that there is sufficient placeholders from kind of year 3 onwards to enable investment. How does that land with you, Pity?
Yes, to a degree. I mean, I know what you mean, but do I have to be frank? Sports like basketball, who have been here for 50, 60 years, and they are a growth sport. I'd have to say Stephen Adams has part to play in that, but hundreds of our kids are participating in that. They are being recognised nationally for their level of sportsmanship. And the thing is, the council has never had a facility for them. They've always been at the event centre before that. They were where gymnastics was in my dad's day when my dad played. And, he's 73 now. And then they were on Tiro Road, but we didn't own that either. So they've never been provided for. And, it's about time. And I'll just sort of say, well, get ready because they're going to show up. Because I'm getting just too many emails from them. But they can't book it now because there's all these other sports that they're having to compete, and it's just, that they can't. It's not available like it used to be, and so they're missing out on hosting regional tournaments and all the rest of it at the same time.
Yeah, just to support Piri here on what she's saying, we've got 7 sports that utilise the event centre. Pickleball's the newest one on the block, and they're now gone from 1 day a week to 2 days or 3 days, and they're doing evening and daytime now. So there's the possibility for us to provide that for our community. I didn't realise we didn't own it, so that's an opportunity for growing sports. We want our kids to be getting out there and being active. We have to provide them somewhere to go.
Right. So,
as part of the guidance that we're maybe hearing from councillors, that in addition to some of the investment that we might need to do in existing facilities, as we plan that investment, you'd like to see some work done in the first couple of years of the LTP before we kind of proceed with that investment to take a more global view of investment in sports and recreational facilities that is broader than just the facilities that council has owned and invested in to date. Which is also potentially aligned to the work we do around aquatics, because if a new facility for aquatics is something you consider, at the same time you're wanting to think about that hub model, right?
So I mean, I'd be certainly happy to do that and happy to see some resource go into that. But also, where's the opportunity to partner with whoever to do that? Because there's not a council in the country can deliver a facility for every sport. Again, there's not one in the country that does that. So where are the opportunities for collaboration? I'll use an example for at this stage hasn't got too far, but it's the Foxton Sport Hub thing. Because one of those discussions was in terms of further development of Eastern Park and funded by the ratepayer, blah blah blah. What is the opportunities for collaboration when you've got a magnificent sporting environment at back at Manawatu College? And we brought that up at one of the early meetings. It certainly hasn't gone anywhere yet, but there's an opportunity for at least a conversation, about what can be done in collaboration with other organisations.
Totally agree with Ross. I think definitely collaboration. Prime example was the Waikato work with the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Education, and I did the Peak Sporting Hub up north, which is great because it was a collaboration, which is exactly what you're saying, and it's a great facility. And definitely potential there.
So, Monique, the way you summed it up, I think addresses need Piri Hira to say whether it's true, but for me it does address those issues raised by her in terms of time and what we do and when we do it in the next couple of years, maybe, and agree with the whole thing about collaboration and so on too. Does that sound okay to you, Piri, as a way forward?
Would members be ready to move into the questions about the issues Arthur raised as well? Yes.
About cemeteries, because this is one that bothers me from a revenue and finance policy perspective, because I'm all for more development and what we need to do in the cemetery space, but at the moment the split is 70-30 or 50-70, and so it means that the general ratepayer is funding most of the cost of cemeteries at the moment versus the people who actually are buried there.
You can't have a user pay system for dead people.
So where's the right balance then? That's what I'm saying, is that we've got to look at it. So at the moment, a person who's not using those facilities at all is paying 70% of the cost, yet the person who's choosing to be buried there is paying only 30%. How is that fair to people that don't get buried in a cemetery?
Debate the public good service of providing the cemetery versus user pays.
I agree with you, Sam. I mean, it's obviously a future discussion, but well signalled. Makes perfect sense to me what you're saying.
I might add, some of our iwi partners, not all of them, but some have indicated that they have private cemeteries and they have to pay for these, but they're not going there or won't be going there.
So just on that, I actually support Piri saying, well, and definitely in Shannon, there's been a large number of conversations around just that. And effectively, they're paying for the upkeep of their own ability to do that, but they're also having to pay a general rate through rates to do that, accommodate that as well. So they're paying twice as such.
Yeah, continuing on the user pay debate, there is a large number of our Māori and iwi authority that pay rates all of their life and never intend to actually get buried in a public cemetery. So I think that there's scope for us to investigate what an option could be. And I made a suggestion by email around ring fencing some money that can then be applied for to help fund some of that private care of urupa within our district as well, making use of some of the pool of money we're getting for the general rates cemetery to fund something along those lines.
Use it. Just different use it.
So is there opportunity, guys, to get data from around the country as to what other councils do in this space in terms of the funding? Because to me, I'm back with Jonathan, to me it's about being community, isn't it? As well, yeah.
What I'm hearing, because we're not going to solve this tonight, what I'm hearing is there is an appetite on the table to understand the funding and financing options associated with cemeteries activity. And as part of that, you'd also like us to offer some advice around options around how that might acknowledge the role of urupa in the district. Is that a good summary?
Yep, and also just in this voting, we mustn't get confused by Sam's very valid, but for the future point, we're actually talking here about whether we should be putting sufficient funding into the development plans. So I see some people are saying less, but given the whole growth scenario, I would have thought that was a bit of a no-brainer.
No, we got a 75% cremation rate. Cemeteries are old news.
Having been to the cemetery today, Rogan, and had the unfortunate thing of cremating my mother-in-law, she's gone into a plot with her husband. So, in looking up there, Arthur, I walked around and had a look. There seems to be a ton of room up there, but I don't know how you develop that. But it's looking fantastic, may I add, as well. It's a really nice spot. I'll be interested in the bill that I get now, or my wife gets, to understand how much we are paying for that interment. I'm curious. I didn't realise it was quite that big, which doesn't seem right.
Thank you. And if we move on to the question about additional support for first class sport.
Can I clarify that this is to actually implement the development plans? Yeah. Cool. Cool.
Has everybody who would like to vote on that one Voted. Oh, everybody.
Yeah.
Perfect. Moving on to implications, the increase in the park's assets from growth.
Just to clarify, is this beyond the current levels in the LTP? Because we included those big general buckets of money for strategic decisions around future things like Donnelly Park or other parks, Eastern Park. So there was considerable investment for growth in the long-term plan from year 5,
2026.
from 2026. So this would be about bringing funding forward for increasing those assets. Is that the question?
I think, and Arthur, correct me if I'm wrong here, I think this is in relation to maintenance, operational spend on assets that come online in line with development and growth. So parks and
So so the question is increasing operational spend on existing parks.
Sorry, not on existing parks. This is in relation to the new parks that we're going to be picking up in the places like Tanaka, places like Waitariri Beach. So there's some significant costs to some of those, and it's about how we fund those.
So this is where, through a subdivision, a developer, through their consent process to comply with our district plan rules, is having to dedicate green space, and that green space then gets vested in council. So a really recent example of that is the Maple Street development, where the gardens are vested in council now, and so we're responsible for picking up the maintenance of those gardens.
Yeah, but surely, surely this is already factored in terms of our DC calculations, because is that what we're trying to say? Is what level of investment in taking those vested assets and turning them into something else that we're looking to do? Because there is already a level of investment that's inside the LTP. So that's what you're saying is it's either the same existing level of funding, increase the level of money we're going to collect through DCs to spend on those vested assets, or spend less. Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, we might need to come back with a bit more clarity on this, because this isn't about the capital investment. This is about the ongoing operational investment. And typically the assumption is that if you're doing a subdivision of X amount of homes, the space created to service those homes, that you've created X amount of new soups, and so those soups are contributing to the additional operational cost required for council to maintain. But I don't think I don't think we've ever done that exercise to actually understand whether there's a shortfall or not.
Again, sorry to be difficult on this, but I thought then when we set the rates, when we're considering a 1.8% growth across the district, that there's our operational costs goes up each year because of population. Well, in theory, goes up each year because of population growth alone, right? And so, in the recreational space, more population growth means there'd be higher operational costs, and so that should sort of already be factored in terms of those growth figures throughout the plan. Am I wrong?
I think if we had perfect integrated growth planning, that would be the case. I don't know that we've got everything as streamlined in terms of making sure that the operational costs of any growth-related vested assets are perfectly built into the planning yet.
We're doing essentially a manual reset on a 3-year cycle to reflect the population increase we're expecting over particularly the first 3 years of the plan anyway, to factor in that there will be a higher operational cost because there's a higher demand or new demand that we have to take into account. Is it?
For example, when Taraika comes on stream through this long-term plan, with when things are expected due to timing changes, we've been making sure through this long-term plan that any vested parks or anything related to the developments that are coming that we have the ongoing operational cost for.
Sorry.
Time frame wise, when will you be wanting to make a decision around Manukau domain care fitting into this aspect of it?
That's probably going to come back through the ITN with Rec Services through that process.
Great, we've got a steer from you on that one. Thank you. And then we move on to the last of Arthur's questions about the council's urban treescape proactive maintenance regime.
Just that this is quite an expensive item, likely to get significantly more expensive. You heard earlier James's perspective from the infrastructure side about how putting inappropriate trees in the wrong place adds to those sort of costs. And this is about investing in a process that allows us to remove some of those ill-placed trees and replace with more well-suited species for that particular environment, as the saying goes. But it is quite an expensive cost. I mean, it's about 250 grand a year, I think, land clearance, something like that. So and that's likely to get a hell of a lot more.
So the maintenance is not just pruning these trees that are going to keep causing problems, it's rubbing them out and replacing them?
Essentially, that would be part of the work, yes, so that you don't necessarily put a whacking great big tree under a whole bunch of power lines, so that you don't have that, because we need to keep those lines clear, and that's where the cost comes in. If we put something more suitable, after we take some of those avenues down, then obviously we're not going to get the issues with pruning that we've got at the moment, or keeping the lines clear at the moment. So yes, it's about removing those that are over mature and those that are poorly placed, and looking at introducing new species and new varieties that are less problematic for infrastructure and less problematic for maintenance moving forward.
So it's replacement, not maintenance.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that should read proactive removal regime, brackets, starting with Oxford Street. Okay. So,
not just Oxford Street, I hasten to add.
Okay, great. And I think this is where we started on this one. Any other matters? Did anybody have anything else to raise on this? Otherwise, I was going to suggest that we move into property, keep Arthur here, but then aware that we've been sitting for quite a while, and consider having a break after that.
What time's dinner? Okay, so is it out there yet? Well, no, let's do the property one and then break for dinner, eh? Yeah.
Okay, over to you.
So this is essentially, we still have a number of earthquake-prone properties. Probably a hypothetical issue to some extent, but my colleague, Vi, has served me my building improvement notices. So now the clock is ticking. So we have to have either strengthened or removed all our earthquake-prone buildings by 2037, which is over the period of this plan. There's nothing in any LTP at the moment to deal with it. It's probably split into two areas. I mean, obviously, the debate around the Memorial Hall has seen that move on, but we still have things like LavTech that requires both improvements and earthquake strengthening if we're going to retain it, and we still have things like Living Grandstand, and the Shannon Domain Grandstand, which need earthquake strengthening and we're unlikely to be able to sell on. So it's essentially about, I think as Monique indicated earlier, putting a place marker in there to say we need to start seriously looking at this and seriously programming it now.
So all I'll say, Arthur, is that I attended the long-term plan workshop in Foxton on Monday night, and MavTech wasn't mentioned at all in their discussion, so it didn't seem like a high priority from a community board perspective. In terms of the Levin Domain grandstand, there is funding in year 6 or 7, I think, for earthquake strengthening, if I am correct on that. And I think there was some funding also inside there for Shannon, I seem to recall. But so is it just those 3 that we're dealing with, those, or is there more?
It's not just those 3. There's also the Courthouse Museum, and obviously we've got the better funding at the moment to do the assess the upgrade. Going back to the MavTech, again, a number of plans previously. MavTech were given a lease so that they could do that improvements and strengthening themselves, but they've since said they're not going to be able to do that, so that is going to be back on the agenda. The bit that we've not even talked about yet, which probably would need to be looked at some point in the future, is all those sort of unreinforced masonry buildings on council land, clubhouses, Bromley Park, for instance, which might not be our immediate issue, but will become issues further down the track. Even though we don't own them, we're still going to have we still may end up falling for those if the individuals themselves don't strengthen.
So have we already got a stock take of all of these buildings, and so we've got a list that you could email to us, which are council owned, and then that second category, which is building owned by someone else but on our property, just so that we can get a sense of scale, and then also there might be a little bit of a prioritisation process there, because there'll be some that people care about more than others, and there'll obviously, as you say, with the ones that are on council-owned property that aren't owned by us, there'll be some that have deeper pockets than others, and so that might just factor into the decision making.
We're obviously bringing the shared pathways stuff back to you next Wednesday. I think probably next Wednesday we could bring the earthquake-prone building stuff back and give you the list and get an early signal about the approach you want to take into this LTP. Is that okay? So once you've got a bit more information?
Arthur, was Levin Memorial Hall part of that? Did you mention that?
Yes, that's earthquake prone as well. You probably recall those councillors that have been here for several terms will recall that was originally deferred on the understanding of what would happen in the town centre upgrade. And the original idea was that was to become a sort of a business incubator, but that essentially moved over to Takani. So yes, it is a live issue for us.
Yeah, and you've obviously recently given us some direction on that, and there'll be, an appropriate decision in the coming weeks/months about that.
Because actually, can I just ask then, because the other one was the Shannon Hall, where the approach with that was... It wasn't earthquake prone? Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry. Shannon it's a timber frame structure, so it's not a earthquake prone building.
Can we just clarify the question we're being asked here? Less is, or more is what? Less is what?
I think throughout the conversation, we're probably going to ask you not to answer that, because I think we've got some additional information to bring back to you about what does this actually mean and what are some options.
Right. As we close this one, are there any other issues in the property activity that are top of mind for you?
It was just a point we've already raised before, which is just being really clinical about not investing in properties unless we absolutely have to. We were about to dispose of them, because we don't there's just no point, sell it as is, and
Yeah, I mean, there's the property disposals. There's the list of properties on the property disposals list, which we kind of haven't fully delved into that. I know if Justin was here, he'd probably raise that.
What would you like us to do? Remembering we'd brought a paper to council a couple of months ago to seek direction and we didn't get any other direction. But yeah, if there's an early signal, let us know.
Where you didn't get any direction, it would be foolish to put figures in LTPA, in the LTP, based on property sale assumptions if there wasn't going to be support around the table for the sale of some of those properties.
Just the challenge to that, though, Rogan, is that council are currently operating on the basis of a resolution to sell those properties. And so, in the absence of a resolution or a motion, notice of motion to say pause, handbrake on, like it's a bit challenging, I guess, for them then to because they're not really giving effect or implementing the resolution that's already been made. So,
is there a resolution for all the properties on that list? I don't think there's a resolution for all the properties on the list. I think some of the properties are just, we've said we're going to sell them on this date, but there's no resolution, and that resolution may not pass.
Just to clarify, the property is, I don't think there's any that we haven't got a resolution on. Otherwise, it wouldn't be on the list, necessarily speaking. I stand to be corrected on that, but I'm pretty sure every single one of those has got a resolution.
They still work, but they should be. And don't throw the old ones out.
Cool. Right. Welcome back, everybody. We're moving into the next of our activities, Vibe with regulatory services. Kia ora koutou. And following on from the theme earlier tonight, maybe reg is the best. First point up, there's the dog pound upgrade in the 2021 to 2041 LTP. We had signalled that the dog pound needed a refurbishment. In 2022-23, we put aside some money to do some investigation costs, and we've now done the investigation. We had an independent assessor go through the pound earlier this year and provided us with some feedback around what we need to do to the pound to bring it up to the standards required by MPI and the Code of Welfare for temporary housing of animals. We put in year 4 of the 2021 to 41 LTP just over 500k to do the refurb. At the time, we thought that amount was appropriate based on councils who had already gone through their refurbishment process. So Kapiti Coast District Council, we had some conversations with them, had done the work around about that time, and Horowhenua District Council. So Kapiti Coast did a refurbishment of their area, spent just over 500k to do that. Horowhenua built a new one with the ability to accommodate 46 dogs at just over 1 million. And so at the time we thought, yep, we can use what we've got now and we can do a refurb. We don't need to house and accommodate 46 dogs, under half of that. And so we put 500 in there. The investigation costs that we've done now indicate that that's not going to be enough. What we've got there at the pound at the moment, yes, we can use and upgrade some of the equipment and areas that we've got, but actually the majority of it is going to be a rebuild. Or a new build, sorry. And so I'm signalling now that year 4 of the 2021 LTP, where we've said 500k, we're going to need to double that.
Can I just ask a question about dog pounds? Why do we need to be in the business of dog pounds? Is it a legislative mandate, or why can we not either outsource this, or say to Kapiti, we'll give you $500,000 to extend your facility? It makes more sense. We've got the same people, we've got trained people. It's like the distance between these facilities surely isn't so significant that, like, is that factored into our thinking?
It is, yes. So to answer your first question about why we're in the business of, so the Dog Control Act says we need to provide a facility. Whether we own that facility or whether we use that because we've got a collab with another council to do that, or maybe some private kennels might be interested in that business, then we are providing for a pound. We do have some challenges with that sort of model though. So yes, we could talk to someone like Kapiti Coast or Horowhenua or other councils who might have facilities that are fit for purpose and do meet the code. But then we have some challenges around things like dangerous dogs, about needing access urgently and pretty quickly. So travelling to Kapiti from Tokomaru with a dog, for example, it's that extra 15 to 20 minutes to actually get out there to do it. All of those things we need to factor in. Is it something we can consider? Absolutely. And could be factored into the work that we need to do as part of the refurb investigation. But at this stage, we're really looking at what we've got here and having that fit for purpose.
Sorry, Vi, just on that, I know Manawatu Council have a shared service with Rangatiki, but I understand, I think Manawatu still have their own pound, don't they? It's just staffed by Rangatiki. Yeah.
Yes, they do, and they've got some agreement with Palmerston North City Council as well, who have recently been in the media. You would have seen around the cost of their pound, it's up around the $7 million.
I'll just jump in. So the second point there is just a point around LiDAR. So LiDAR is
if you remember a week or so ago around Wairere, the colourful picture I showed you. So if you're talking about handling flood water and overland flow paths and stuff like that, that sort of modelling of the topography of the ground in a high level of detail gives us the ability to do that. So many councils, or a number of councils, have already done that, and there was a provincial growth fund opportunity to get that partially funded, which we obviously weren't part of. So I guess the potential still exists to get that done, and if we're trying to manage stormwater and overland flow paths and effects, then that sort of detail is pretty much invaluable for the planners and the development engineers and others.
So the Horizons region is actually the only region in New Zealand that didn't obtain the funding when it was available across New Zealand. There's, via NWLAS, there's recently been some engagement with LINZ where we've approached them and said, hey, you know that cost sharing exercise you did back a few years ago, would you be open to it again? They have, particularly off the back of obviously Cyclone Gabrielle and recognising the investment needed in resilience. So there is a proposal around a cost sharing exercise between the government, regional council and the TLAs in the region, but that hasn't kind of come to any table yet, and when it did try to come to a table, every council was very clear that that was an LTP decision. It's not a decision that officers could make out of cycle to an LTP. From memory, it's like the HDC investment required was between the 100 and 180k mark. But an example of how we'd bring the business case to the table, you know how we've talked about new money for new things over a certain amount of money, but just signalling that it's on the table for other councils as well.
I don't know who to face for my question. I mean, I'm all for those sort of initiatives, but I mean, I thought the district already had a LiDAR data set done about 10 years ago. Is this an updated one? And I mean, I thought LINZ actually got the money to do the whole country.
We don't have an existing LiDAR data set. Not for the whole district, there's components of it. LINZ got money to do the whole of New Zealand, where councils partnered with them. This region didn't partner with them, and so the money went elsewhere. But LINZ are now open to doing the rest of it.
Does I suppose the next question, which is a bit nasty, I mean, does the council then have the capability and capacity to use the data effectively as well?
Yeah, absolutely. But without the data and without visibility, if you look at what we've got currently, you've got a Horizon sort of blanket ponding map thrown over, which turns up as a layer in our system, covering a whole bunch of areas, but there's actually no prescriptive clarity around whether it actually is a ponding area. This level of LiDAR shows you the pond and how the water's getting there and how it's likely to travel away and where it's going to travel to. So, yeah, absolutely, if we had that level, as we have done at Wairere, Rise, that's absolutely what we've used as a one-off LiDAR set for that development to enable us to determine where the water's going to, wants to go to, what the catchment areas are, and how you handle it.
And Blair, that LiDAR modelling could show that can inform lots of different parts of the business, couldn't it? Not just planning and etc. So it's pretty robust stuff that is be very valuable to the organisation. I would have thought.
Yeah, absolutely. Palmerston North was a developer who scraped a whole bunch of dirt off a hill pretty much and put it in a valley, and it was like tens and hundreds of thousands of cubes of dirt pretty much filled in a valley. It was only through LiDAR that we actually knew that, you know, you do it over a couple of years and you can see what people have done. So yeah, there's lots of other uses. Obviously emergency management and stuff too.
Yeah, it's going to be my questions was, does it have any potential benefit to the liquefaction understanding? And secondly, why wouldn't Horizons lead on this? Because isn't this their domain? Like, shouldn't we be advocating in the first instance this is your responsibility to understand, because we're talking mostly about in the rural space, aren't we? But that's where it's going to give us the greatest understanding.
Sorry. I think even in cities, so like again from pubs and North experience, you get down to a level where it's like you can't build your fence to the ground, because if you build your fence to the ground at the end of your driveway there, then that's going to interrupt the overland flow path, and so it's going to create issues for others. So it gives you a level of detail that you can actually manage, to quite a high level of surety around what's going to happen in 1 in 10 year, or 1 in 20, 1 in 50, 1 in 100.
Yeah, just if I understand, Horizon's modelling is mainly around the river catchments. That's their sort of responsibility. The rest of its district.
Okay, on the other things, we wanted to talk about earthquake-prone buildings. So we heard from my colleague Arthur earlier around council as a building owner, or as a property owner. This now is council as a building territorial authority, and the responsibility around the compliance and enforcement elements of the Building Act. In 2028, there will be around about 15 buildings in the main street, so the priority buildings that we identified a few years back now, their deadline will be on them, and we'll need some sort of seismic work done to that building. There is some resource required within our team or the compliance team to be able to carry out the functions, and some of the tools that we have in the Building Act are very blunt. They are, have you done the work? Yes, no, you haven't. Issue infringements, or potentially take the owner to court and look at doing the work and then recovering the cost of that work on the title, basically, or on the property. Now, of course, to do that, there's a cost associated with not only going to court, but also then if we wanted to look at got the public safety element of those buildings there and the risk that they pose. If we are going to look at demolition costs and that sort of thing, it starts to ramp up. So there's that side of the coin. The other side of the coin is we've got 5 years between now and then to think about ways that if we know that there is potentially a cost to doing that later on down the track, do we invest our time and energy now in looking at ways and incentives to actually have the building owners of those buildings bring those buildings up to where they need to be and to carry out that seismic work. So what I'm looking for is a bit of a steer on, do we invest some time and energy at looking at if there are incentives or some sort of programs that we can come up with to dangle the carrot a little bit for these building owners. It's in our interests to know what they're intending to do with their buildings, or do we take the regulatory enforcement approach, use the tools that are available for us in the Building Act, and simply put it on the building owner to do that in the hope that they will have that work done within the next 5 years.
So for me, yes, the first question, we should front foot it now and what I believe in. I think in the work we're doing around the Lynn Town Centre strategy and development blueprint, stuff like that. So I guess it's a good time between now and then to convince building owners it's worth investing. What's coming, and I'm not sure if we've done any of that. Maybe you probably knows more about that from a business point of view than me, but I'd suggest that's what it's a package deal. It's worth investing. It's worth fixing this building up. Because we front foot it, because later on, potentially it's too late. So.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty clear on this one that we should absolutely invest in the human resource needed to do what we need to do in this space, but the people who are benefiting from that activity are the people who are the earthquake-prone building owners, so there should be a corresponding targeted rate immediately. Like, I think it's a thing we bring in now, but then there are the flip side is the incentives. So if you get on and deal with your earthquake-prone building, that's where we talk through the town centre stuff about the potential for DC, relaxing the amount of development contributions, or so that there is definitely a financial incentive to get the outcome that we're wanting on the other side. But I definitely think we have to make people pay their own way in terms of they're bringing this risk. They've got to pay for the management of it.
Thanks, Sam. And thank you, also, Ross, for your feedback. I probably just want to emphasise here, in case this feels like deja vu and I think you've given us guidance via Live in Town Centre stuff, just reminding yourselves that we wear two hats. And so David's hat was in that kind of strategy, us as a player hat, versus Vi's sitting here at the table with the compliance hat about our regulatory responsibilities. So I just wanted to make that clear in case you thought that we hadn't listened to your guidance at the earlier Town Centre workshop.
Yeah, so there's two streams to it, isn't there? There's the regulatory stuff that could happen, but in the meantime, we don't want to do that because this is why you should invest now. And that's obviously another part of the business, but yeah, there's two streams to it. Yeah.
So isn't the incentive part of our compliance strategy though? Because we're saying that as long as we've got options, we're giving you the green. Assuming there's support around the table, we're giving you the green light to look at both ends of that continuum, which is some pretty blunt financial levers right at the start in terms of targeted rate to fund the activity to do what we need to do, but equally some incentives and some things that incentivize outcomes that we want to see. That's the total package. Like it's both ends of the spectrum. That's where I sit.
Yeah, I support that approach.
Thank you. Then the next one there is around paid parking. So reviewing the paid parking or parking restrictions that we have currently. So we currently have paid parking in Live-in only. And what I'm looking for here is some steer around, do we want to explore other options? For example, back in 2015, there was a bit of work done around whether we introduced paid parking into the mall car park. Do we want to do that again or explore options similar? It could even include now outside Te Horowhenua, for example, in Foxton, now that area is being developed. Do we want to look at paid parking solutions there as well?
I was just going to say, I think that, and David raised it as part of the Live in Town Centre work, is that there's probably some, unfortunately it's another strategy, but that parking strategy, that idea of actually thinking about what are we trying to achieve and where, that feels like that needs to be done before we introduce this. Because I don't think at the moment, even in the parking budget line, I think most of the revenue comes from not the meters down the main street. It comes from the infringements associated with no rego, no warrant, right? It's those big tickets, not the overtime or even the revenue actually getting from the meters. And so, I'd question actually how much revenue this would generate and whether we're really clear on what we're trying to achieve yet. So my feeling is that this is a not yet. I don't know what I think.
Yeah, I'm probably same lines. I guess the fundamental question is why do we? What are the reasons we get people to pay for their parking in town? I know part of it's always been because if there's no meters in Live-in, every shop owner will park in front of them. Well, you see the arguments going on in Fielding right now, And I guess if you look at other parts of it, and so I understand it for the main street of Live-in, particularly with the passing traffic coming through and whatnot. But in the smaller centres like Foxton, I'm a councillor up there, but I just don't think there's the take up. You can get a park in Foxton pretty much any time, So I don't know why. I'm not sure the parking would be able to convince why it's necessary unless I'm missing something in terms of covering some costs for something else,
I don't have a why for Foxton, and I take Ross's leave that alone. But the Live-in Mall car park, the why for that, it was around the Live-in transformation strategy and what we would do there and how we would fund the sort of short, medium term projects in that space. Now, it's either rate funded or borrowed, loaned, interest, or there's something else that's generating money. Because if I think about Sam's idea around, return on investment and hoping that the first big thing we do, any money made, can pay for the next thing. Well, that's the big ticket items, I imagine, but there's going to be a whole lot of other costs in that CBD that council's going to have to bear. Now, if we don't have, so I asked for modelling. If we started to charge there with that reason why, how much, if anything, can that generate to go to, because over a series of 3, 6, 10 years, it's something.
Just for me, I certainly wouldn't support parking in or paying for parking in probably Shannon or Foxton. But Livermore, I would understand that, especially around that development aspect. I think it's something, and you're still going to have a time frame that's favourable to those users. But I think it's probably something that I would probably go down the lines of. But yeah, again, probably supporting past comments is probably seeing some of that modelling, seeing some of that sort of what the numbers look like over a period of time, and how that's reflected. I think it's probably for me.
Can I just say I've been persuaded by the other speakers that that's actually, I think that is the right approach. Is that it's signalling that there's definitely appetite to do it. It's just, I think it's understanding the core, the effect of it, and is it just the mall or is it in the streets around the mall as well? Because what do you don't want to create unintended consequences by doing it. So yeah, okay. And Mike.
I think my questions are more around the administration cost of the whole activity. I think we'd do better if we had an honesty box that you put anything in and the barrier up goes up. Zero administration.
Our wardens already monitor the Livermore car park and they ticket people without warrants, regos, or if they've been too long, they get a chalk line. So if we're moving in that space anyway, it's not an added workload, it exists.
Just adding to that conversation as well, there is now new technology. We've moved on since some of the systems that are in place now, where there are things like license plate recognition cameras that you can scan vehicles that go in and out of the car park, and we can start to use some of the systems that we've got now remotely from the office here. So we are set up to be able to do that. It's just purchasing additional electronic equipment to do that.
Boy, how much would it cost us to increase the cost of parking for those meters that we've got at the moment?
I think the cost would be very minimal. It would be with our provider around just updating the tariff from $1 to $2. So that cost would be minimal. I think the impact would be more on ensuring that we did that in a way that the community were well consulted around it, because previous conversations that we've had, or certainly feedback around it, is that they don't like paying for parking in the first place. But increasing it from $1 to $2 would be minimal in terms of costs.
Because that's the only piece about doing the thinking about the planning, though, because it's like, what are we actually trying to achieve? Are we trying to generate revenue, or are we trying to influence parking behaviour? Because if we were trying to influence parking behaviour, you would say, well, you have meters on the main street and in the car park, but you have certain time periods that are free to just ensure that the parking's turning over and people aren't parking there all day, versus like if your objective is revenue generation, you have it parking applies, you're trying to return return revenue based on use of council space, right? So it just really depends on what the driver is, and I'm not clear right now in terms of our meters down the main street, like what's their purpose.
This is not to answer the question on what its purpose, but just to highlight that we earn $500K a year from our parking. Just from parking, and so there'll be a component of that. Vi, do you want to break that down a bit more?
Parking meter income, it's around about $100,000 a year. that's the only place we have parking meters are just in the main street. 100k.
That what goes into the meters, or does that include infringements for staying over time as well?
It's just money taken from the meter. And to answer the question there about the purpose, just to add to that, it's not just about income generation or moving those vehicles around so that there is a park available for someone. It's also about the safety elements. So we think about those infringements that are issued not for extending or for parking over the extended time. We know that these are areas that are there are a lot of people around. It's where people congregate. It's where we see high volumes of foot traffic. And so it's about also ensuring and having a way to enforce that vehicles are compliant. So there's no regos, no warrants. It's actually about we don't want these unsafe vehicles on the road. We don't want them around where there are high traffic areas or pedestrian areas.
I'll just have to say it because I don't believe that council should have a role in enforcing warrant of fitness and registrations. That's just a philosophical thing because I just don't think it's actually our role. So that's where I like basically what we do as a council when we enforce that stuff. And it's not to criticise the work of the team that does this, but is basically we take people who are already struggling financially to pay for the warrant of fitness or the registration, and then we give them a fine and we just perpetuate the cycle. So it's like I don't actually see it as an activity that we should be doing, but I don't think I'd get any support to take it out as a level of service.
I want to whinge more about the cost of the pound, if we can go back to that. We didn't get a chance. How you said we needed less than the half of the 46 kennels. I've done some quick math. I don't know how it could possibly cost more than $500,000. Are we building a new building for the staff there as well? Can you break it down a little bit for me?
So at the moment, we're at the high level, I guess. So the investigation at the moment has signalled that it's likely we're going to need more. And so rather than wait and beg for forgiveness later when we've got some, real data behind us that says it's going to cost more than 500k, is actually signalling it now nice and early that it's likely to be a whole lot more than that. And if we can come in under budget, woohoo, that's always the aim. Thank you. You'll see we've put up the Slido now, and thank you for the 4 who have participated already. But do we increase the investment? Okay. Thank you for the steer on that one. Move on to Blair's one about LIDAR. Thank you all. Next is earthquake-prone buildings. Or is that a signal, a yes or a no to your approach? This is more a yes or a no. More is yes.
But we were unclear on what the approach would be, whether it would be an incentivisation or a
Yeah.
So it's yes to investigation. Yeah. So paid parking review, in this case here it's more around the parking strategy and doing some modelling. So more is yes, less is no.
Can we assume Foxton is no longer part of the mix from the feedback?
Come on, sometimes you want to be
Apart
in there,
from,
sometimes you want to be out.
I think it's just
But you have to remember, this is just about doing a proposal to do an analysis. Wait till you get to the day
and the response will be marching in the streets. I think that Ross understated the reaction from the community. We'll look at it then, Bernie. We'll look at it with friendly eyes, but in the meantime...
You can grumble about your parking charges while you're mowing your booms.
Cool. Alright, we're going to go step. Cool. Are there any other areas of regulatory services that you want to provide direction on? Great, thank you. And we come now to representation and community leadership. And David will join us.
So the lens to probably apply to this is that I've looked at the representation community leadership portfolio, picked out probably the key things, and particularly those which I think are going to look a bit different or could look different over the LTP. I want to signal early that typically when we plan the LTP, we plan on doing a long-term plan every 3 years with an annual plan and subsequent 2 years in between. We will, I think, be needing to plan for an LTP amendment within the first 3 years as a result of the reforms, particularly the three waters reforms. Obviously, that does all sort of probably hinge a little bit on the outcome of the election and what might play out in that reform space. But at this stage, we would be looking to budget to be doing an out-of-cycle long-term plan amendment in the first 3 years. The Levin Town Centre transformation and blueprint as well are both ones which we've had some recent workshops with you. You've given us some good steer. We're busy working away on those with a view of having an implementation plan with you at the end of November. That implementation plan is intended to help inform the budgets that might be needed, that you might want to put or include in the long-term plan. So don't propose any questions around that tonight, just to signal that currently there's no ongoing funding beyond this financial year for both the Levin Town Centre and the blueprint in the budget. So the work that you've signalled that you believe is important to advance, and so we'll be looking for a budget and giving you the information there to help inform what that budget looks like. Foxton Futures, again, that's referenced within the blueprint. So we'd see it is a piece of work which will be continuing to work with that community this later part of this, or as we move in towards this part of the later part of the year, and would probably look to see that captured within that blueprint budget. But it might be one of those where, if it is something that you are supportive of, taking a similar approach to what you did with the Levin Town Centre Activation Fund, where you might not necessarily have all the details at the time you're committing to your LTP budget, but you might believe in the direction of travel and agree to put forward a budget which would be worked in a similar way to how you set up the town centre activation one. Climate change, signalling there that at the moment we don't have a specific resource, we don't have a specific budget for climate change. It obviously gets worked in through other pieces of work and other projects, but it has obviously made your council's list of priorities and the chief executive's KPIs, and so again we'll be looking to understand the council's expectations on what that might look forward going beyond this financial year, and whether or not that requires a budget to support the aspirations that this council has. In terms of other things that we feel the need to talk about in this space, I'll let the Chief Executive briefly talk to the first one there around Māori engagement.
Yeah, so this is really just highlighting that, of course, it's a priority to work towards the completion of the Māori engagement framework in the current financial year, but in the absence of that framework, obviously we're in the budgeting phase now, and so seeking some direction from Council on how you'd like us to budget for partnerships in the absence of Māori engagement strategy. There's probably a bit of detail associated with that I anticipate we'll have a specific workshop on, but if there's any early indication that would be helpful.
The next two are ones which we again would see ourselves having further conversations with you. A district plan obviously signalled last week through the workshop there that we'll be looking to rework that work program to address some of those challenges and bring that back initially through the district plan steering group, but obviously that will then come back into the LTP conversation as well. And that acronym there, Wellington Regional Leadership Committee, so this was one that's as part of the the long-term plan amendment. You agreed to basically to have some budget in for this year to support our continued participation in that space. And obviously we continue to do work in that space. There's some decisions ahead of the councils involved, but later this year, and then obviously ahead of the adoption of the LTP, this council will need to consider whether it does continue to fund the Secretariat and ongoing participation in projects that are relating to the Wellington Regional Leadership Committee. So we don't have questions for all of these, but first one that we did want to signal was, or test your appetite at this point, is around climate change. So considering there's no budget in there at the moment, might be a bit hard to get less, but we talk about the same or more going forward.
Can I be provocative? So remembering Council have identified as the 11th priority of the top 10 priorities, the development of a climate action plan by 30 June 2024. Right now we've got quite a clear split for half more, less, just a bit less than half less, whatever, as David says, whatever less looks like. Does that mean that we're going to waste time and energy on developing a climate action plan that we might not have any ability to implement?
I don't think you're going to have the resources to bring back the modelling that Council wanted to be able to even consider a climate action plan, given half the table are climate deniers.
So is that a redundant KPI for the chief executive to develop a climate action plan? Like, I'm being provocative, but it's
I mean, you're making a relevant point. Last night we listened to two leaders, one who's doing a whole lot of stuff and another one who wants to undo everything but still says it's really important. So...
Whoa, whoa.
So my question is, this stuff isn't going to go away. It's bloody real. Stop being Donald Trumps and get on board, and let's get a plan, and do something.
Yeah, it's alright. You guys will die soon enough.
Monique, I suppose, what we've done before is previously identified climate change as being part of a project and considered it as part of that rather than creating something that is separate in terms of, or a separate budget just for climate change. Whereas if we're doing a wastewater project, we include a climate change factor into that project. And that's, I don't know, so this is a different approach, and that's probably something that might be scaring people away. But the other thing is this a bit like the Reserve Emergency Management Fund that we were talking about before? I mean, that to me is almost like a climate change fund as well. But when this came up at the Horizons meeting that we had and the Climate Action Joint Committee, all the mayors basically said, don't expect my council in this current economic climate to support any separate funding. And so that's the challenge that all of us are going to be facing.
Yeah, my understanding of that conversation at regional level was around the implementation of the regional climate action plan. I suppose I'm just wanting to test that we've said to the organisation it's a priority to develop a climate action plan by 30 June 24. And so I just want you to be cautious about right now the direction you're giving us is that half would like investment that follows that and half are potentially saying don't put any investment in for now. And I know it's challenging because of the sequencing of this. Like, we're asking you to, you don't know what the climate action plan is going to say, you don't know what it's going to potentially profile as an investment and what it means for us. But it means that you could be in a position in June at a council meeting adopting a climate action plan where we're telling you you don't have the means to implement it because we haven't projected any investment in the long-term plan. And if you're okay with that, that's good. Like, that's your prerogative. I just want to highlight that as a risk.
Isn't it a bit short-sighted not to do anything considering the RMA has been split up into various other acts, and one of them is a climate change adaptation act? We also have the regional council releasing whatever the climate change action plan or climate action plan. I think over the next 20 years of our long-term plan, we do need to do something along or start something. So it would be remiss of us, and we would not be fulfilling our obligation around some acts or some new acts not to do anything or start thinking about it.
The next one I want to ask about is the one Monique spoke about, which is relating to Māori engagement.
So, Monique, can I just ask a question on this one? I know some have voted already, but so without the strategy, Māori engagement strategy, what guidance do you have in terms of the budgeting of partnerships? Without the strategy, how can we budget for partnerships? We
we haven't decided what they look like and what they should look like.
I know, but we need to budget for the 10-year plan. I think, in the Māori engagement strategy, ideally will identify at what level does council provide capacity and capability funding, what investment we want to put into partnerships. We'll hopefully develop that inventory that says, well, when we're on this part of the continuum or engaging with these sorts of things, it comes into the partnership funding, but if it's for anything outside of that, this is the way in which we would acknowledge the cultural expertise and input that iwi hapu or marae bring to the table. What I'm trying to get a steer for here is, I suppose I didn't want to be in a position in 6 weeks' time presenting an activity management plan that says, we've increased investment by this much, and you're, as a table, you're like, what? But aren't we developing a Māori engagement framework? So it's, yeah, we are, but we're still going to have to put some indicative, remembering we can change it, as we go through the LTP process, and it might be during the long-term plan, there might be a submission from management into the long-term plan because we're then at that stage of knowing what the investment required is. But I just was keen to get an early signal from council about your expectations so that you don't feel surprised when we present the AMP.
Monique, can I just clarify? Because at the moment we've got an operational cost which you've given us lots of visibility around in terms of the existing agreements, and so those existing agreements and the current year's budget gives you a good indication of what you need from an operational perspective, potentially across the next 3 years anyway, or first couple until the framework's in place. But it's in that capital space where there's a little bit more uncertainty, right? Because the level of input is different across different projects. And so, for example, when Daniel or the team bring us a concept note for an infrastructure project that's $1 million, then it might be that it's broken down to $500,000 construction costs, 200,000 design costs, and all that, 100,000 CIAs and cultural, and contingency. Like, is that what we can expect to see in terms of, like, because that iwi engagement into projects, is different size and scope across all those different projects. So, can you just clarify that?
Yeah, so probably in seeking your feedback, exclude capital projects. So this is about capacity, capability funding in order for us to deliver on greater levels of partnership, engagement and cultural expertise into the kaupapa of Horowhenua District Council. And I know that's really challenging, and when there's a lot of uncertainty and there's a lot of conversations to be had about our Māori engagement strategy.
Yeah, 2 things on this. Any other matters to consider? So the Foxton Community Board. My belief is that, following on from the first representation review with last year, when we did that, and the proposal was to go down to 10 elected members, and so the value of the community board as an important part of our representation arrangements was really clear. But then we went to 13, and so I think there's a future question around what is the role and value of the Foxton Community Board. But for right now, and for the purposes of this LTP, I'd really like to see us look at targeted rate for Foxton Community Board. I think that that's a fair thing that we need to put into the mix. So maintaining current, I know it's not really a level of service because it's actually a representation arrangement, but in terms of it comes under this heading, and if there's others around the table that support the idea of at least having that conversation, I think it's an important one. I will just say that at the Foxton Community Board on Monday night, they did raise Foxton Futures as being an important thing to factor into the LTP, mainly through the eyes of it being a catalyst for further progress around the reopening of the loop and that kind of thing. So they saw it as quite important, and I think that there's definitely appetite, well, I have appetite for that, either the Blueprint Activation Fund being really express about that includes Foxton Futures, or some sort of, probably in outer years, activation fund for Foxton Futures, acknowledging that there's going to be a piece around positioning Foxton as a destination with O2NL. So I think it's sort of a signal later in the long-term plan, like not probably in the first 3 years, but maybe there's still some progress that wants to be made in terms of Foxton Futures in the short term, but I'm just not quite sure what that looks like.
Yeah, so just in relation to that community board targeted rate, that was certainly the strong will of the previous council, and when the timing is right, I think we need to have that discussion. In terms of Foxton Futures, I do see it, as David in his intro drew the comparison with the Levin Town Centre. I think it's a valid comparison, but without the same degree of urgency. Having said that, I think there'd be merit in having some sort of funding to give a little bit of resourcing to the development of Foxton Futures, looking at maybe year 2 or 3, some sort of funding there, and acknowledging that I would challenge the board's sole focus on the loop, because Foxton Futures now is much more than that, and it involves a number of other initiatives. So I would speak in support of that, and particularly emphasise that short or medium term funding.
Thank you, really helpful. We'll move on to Dan's work with.
Solid waste. So we've effectively decoupled some of the conversation around solid waste in the WMP with some standalone workshops, one of which a number of you attended last week, was really focused around the WMP vision principle setting workshop. There was quite a strong spotlight shone on the existing WMP to ask some questions around the suitability of that, and also what the pathway looks like for implementation. Probably one of the biggest single themes that come to light through that discussion was the importance for officers and in turn our community to focus on affordable and impactful services. So it wasn't necessarily about rolling out immediately green waste collection services and jumping to a solution for every problem. It was really testing our current investment against other repurposing of that, or getting value from focusing on issues that have more of an impact on the environment. So we weren't intending to do a deep dive into that this evening, because we've got another session planned for next week to discuss that. We will also bring back an update around the waste assessment questions, suggested implementation, and likely consultation topics. So putting the WMPS and implementation aside, because we are compiling that for a session next week, there's a couple of headline topics which we aren't looking to get everyone up for a virtual Slido on this evening. It's just more, or doing the one on your phones. It's just more signalling that we expect this upcoming long-term plan to need a discussion around the landfill payback of debt, and also how we manage aftercare costs. So there'll be a separate package of information that will speak to the level of debt currently, the assumptions around future aftercare costs. So there's certainly a standalone piece of work that we're not going to do a deep dive on this evening, but it's really a heads up that there's going to be a discussion needed around how that effectively is funded into the future by our community. Also around solid waste rating, so really having a lot better insight into how the recycling system was rolled out historically and funded. So we've done a lot of work operationally in the last couple of months to ensure that true costs lie where they should. There's obviously been historically a lot of the landfill costs been spread across a number of years of that rating system, and we've also gone through a process with the rollout of wheelie bins. So effectively, say if you want one, we're happy to provide one. So it's really signalling that does come at a cost. Is the community happy to keep paying that? Should everyone have that opportunity on every street? And then how do we rate for that? So there's a couple of key consultation or LTP type topics that will need to run some numbers and facilitate some further discussion, which will sit as part of the long-term plan process. So we've certainly decoupled that with a couple of standalone sessions, but you'll see the solid waste activity match in and sit alongside the long-term plan and the financials. So not going to do a Slido, just any key questions or additions to what's up on your screen. Another standalone session next week, effectively.
Dan, just one comment on the landfill debt. I'm really keen at the moment when you get your rates bill, we've got one solid waste line on the rates bill. And so this is getting into a bit of weeds, but I think going forward we need to split that solid waste rate into two or possibly three categories, which is repayment and so remediation and repayment of debt for the landfill, because I think people need visibility over that, and then a separate line which is about the service and the level of service that they're receiving in terms of that recycling and other things, because I think that this is going to be an important part of our ongoing conversation with the community about increasing or trying to have those conversations about revenue to offset that landfill debt, that kind of thing. So that's all I want to say. For me, it's actually about how we communicate and how we split up that solid waste rate on the actual rates bill to make sure it's really clear what's going to where.
And just quickly, that's exactly linked to the conversation around, because at the moment, for example, how the solid waste rate works is that's rural urban, but there are some urban properties, there are some rural ones which receive the service, don't pay the rate. There are some urban ones which don't receive the service and do pay the rate in terms of recycling. So that conversation about the repayment of debt and the recycling payments is absolutely the split that we do need to make and decide how we're going to fund it.
The point you just made about rural receiving it, not paying it, and urban not receiving it but paying it, is this going to rectify those things? Yeah.
It absolutely is intended to. What I should clarify when I say not paying it at a lesser rate currently if you're rural.
A little bit further to Sam's point. So there's the existing landfill debt, but there's also that ongoing remediation. I mean, yes, we've got some idea of, because that full program hasn't been determined, what that is, because it's not just 1 year's worth of work that you do, it's going to be ongoing for a number of years. Is that rated? That's got to show surely separate to the existing landfill debt, because that's something else and it's not recycling as well.
So at the moment we've got the existing debt, and you're absolutely right. So as part of setting the annual report for this round, if you you'll see in the annual report that we sent out recently to you to review, we're actually required as part of every year to calculate what that provision is, or that post-closure requirement. So that's from the date you close 30 years into the future, the payments that you need to manage the rectification and ongoing monitoring of that site for 30 years. So that's currently around 14 million, I believe, as an estimate. That sits as a provision on our books at the moment, but you're right, we do need to make a decision about how that's funded going forward.
Yeah, because that line landfill provision is just a book entry. That's not actually funded money. That's just a number in the air. I know there's some work that goes behind how you arrive at that number, but it's not that we set aside that money, so it's got to come from somewhere. That's gonna. Okay.
Absolutely. So when we come back to you for funding, it will be the loan we already have plus what we need to spend on the any related works that are currently included in that provision, plus any ongoing operational costs as well.
Yeah, to give you an indication, there's roughly 750k in this financial year, which makes up a couple of rounds of mowing, keeping the flare up and running, the cost of sampling all the boreholes, and then we've got additional $300,000 set aside in the leachate remedial works. There's works on capping, so there's a combination of capex and opex related to that landfill, but ultimately there's no further revenue. So it's getting to a point where we bring all of those pieces together to help us make a decision and almost ring fence that landfill and future costs alongside a couple of models of how repayments could be made. But then further to that, we'll also have really good, accurate numbers around the $1.4 million for the recycle costs, the additional costs for the couple of transfer stations, the curbside collection, and we'll almost be able to separate that out into the 4 different activities and get really good, accurate numbers and understand the cost of service, who benefits, before we then start to embark on an added service of kitchen waste or green waste. So we get a really good picture of how that all fits together in the activity with accurate numbers.
And the OPEX obviously covers the transportation to Bonnie Glen, things like that. But I wondered, in terms of the recycling contracts and the term of that within the LTP, and when something else could happen or it continues recycling, but the WMMP would inform that if we chose an alternate way of managing that, if we stayed in the solid waste activity to that level, I guess.
Good question for next week, but we'll start thinking at how we can prepare for an answer around that. Any other matters, or we'll jump into Three Waters? Effectively, there's a single slide up here that there was a significant focus on Three Waters as part of the long-term plan amendment, a mandate from our community to get on with investment across a range of Three Waters initiatives related to growth and resilience. We're now in the process of implementation of that. There's a number of papers coming back this side of Christmas around the implementation of the likes of water metering, investment in wastewater and water infrastructure. There wasn't an intention to have a significant change in direction from what was set out in the long-term plan amendment some 4 months ago. So really the question for this evening was there any other burning issues, also noting we've got an upcoming election and a current direction of travel around Three Waters transition for October 2026. Just whether there was any particular area of focus that we wanted to get out to our community and have a discussion related to Three Waters.
Dan, just from me, the conversation we've had over dinner and previously before is just about that level of service around the firefighting supply and where we set that standard, and I know that there's work that's going on about that, so I'm happy to leave it there.
Noted, thank you. Yep.
Great, thank you. And then we head into our final activity for this evening, investment and organisation overheads. Pastor Jacinta.
Could I just ask a quick question back there around the NTU? When we went through that list of properties with Catherine, which ones we'd like to request we keep or part of it based on how the community uses it, when, if any, do we find out if they've agreed to those things?
Yeah, I'm not sure. We've submitted it, but we've not had any clarity. I suspect that, assuming that there's no changes to the transition program by Christmas,
Okay, so the intention of this part of it is just to signal some things that are going on operationally in the organization that will be coming through the long-term plan conversation. So the first one is we've been asked to come back with some indications of what it would look like if the council was a living wage employer. So that will be coming back as an option through the budget process for you to consider. In terms of training and development across our organisation, we don't have a sizable training and development budget. There's often a lot of trade-offs in terms of staff that do get training and development in a particular year and those that don't. So part of that conversation is assessing the level of training and development that we have across the organisation, whether it is sufficient, and coming back to if there is any additional funding needed. In relation to that as well, one of the points further down is around that digital competence. So as an example, we're doing everything that we can to provide training in-house. So where we can build competency ourselves to, in the technical side of things, for example, there's a lot of things you can find online. We've got competencies across our group. So where, for example, we have skills in project management or skills on the technical side that we can help each other, we're absolutely looking to do that, but it is a bit of a stretch for us. In the digital space, at the moment, the key projects that we're working on at the moment are the reporting enhancements, which is effectively building dashboards, getting our key information well set up so that we can report and understand it easily. That's coming along well, and we will. I think Mayor Bernie may have been given a bit of a demo by Monique on some other stuff yesterday, but we'll look to show that to you as we progress and have some of that information available to you on the dashboards. What we do need to work on, though, which will be coming through this long-term plan, is first our GIS. We're looking to move some of the information that we have in our GIS application. Currently houses a lot of our asset management information in the Three Waters space. So that's held us up from being able to progress the actual GIS application itself. So we're looking to move our asset information out as it heads to the Three Waters so that we can upgrade that GIS application and make it as good as it can be. That will help us particularly in the emergency management space as well. Also, it's been a long time since we've had a look at our core application, which is Authority. So it is time for us to do a review of what we're using. We're doing a lot more with Microsoft 365 in terms of Microsoft Key Suite of tools for working across the organization. And that may signal a change in terms of the size of the application that we need going forward. We might not need the enormous application that Authority is. There may be more efficient ways to do it. So signaling that that's something that we'll be having a look at in this financial year, with potential in terms of funding being requested in future years in terms of our replacement. But that's a signal at this stage. And lastly is around growth. So as our teams are working on growth-related projects and trying to deliver renewal and upgrade projects as well, there is some pressure on resources, particularly in the infrastructure side, but across the organisation to make sure that we can focus and deliver on the growth projects that are needed to enable those developments to go well. So that's not something that has been progressed far, but we wanted to signal that at this stage that that's a conversation that we're having internally. So that's all there is in that space. Is there anything that anyone's thinking about in this space or any questions that they wanted to raise?
Sorry, just in relation to the GIS piece in the reference asset management planning. This is one of these things where I'm be really keen for that to factor into the rethink of the organisation redesign, because I look at GIS and asset management planning, and without Three Waters, surely those are activities that maybe end up being sort of suitable for outsourcing. We've previously talked about what's the role of a company like Electra who has GIS. They've got the same GIS, we've got the same GIS as Capity, they have GIS. Is there a better way of delivering and accessing that service and using or optimizing what organisations are already using that. And so, like, I wouldn't want to commit to increasing budgets around that for this LTP, because I just think there's more work to do around, or more thinking to do around different delivery options for that, like how we might access and share services. It's a little bit like with the training and development. Obviously, that's it. Like, council has, over the last, or since I've been on council at least, like, we've been pretty, we're stingy. It's been pretty stingy in terms of that budget line around training and development. But I guess there's been an acknowledgement across the private and public sector about how we need to be smarter. Like, the days of sending somebody on a $2,000 course for a day or 2 days is just, not there anymore. And so, like, trying to piggyback off our neighbours as well, and like almost having those centres of excellence. So we do something in training and we invite other people on the expectation that, like, I just think there's some rethinking to do about how we can actually achieve some of this stuff, and it comes as part of that rethinking work.
Just quickly on that one, we do absolutely try and do that. And you're right, what you're thinking is exactly right. And it's what we are doing. We're just not quite sure that we've got enough in that space. Yeah, but the days of sending somebody on a $2,000, $2,500 conference are far and few between. And there'll be those where it's a really good one and it's going to bring a lot of investment, it'll bring a lot back to the organisation. We might do that, but it doesn't happen often. Yeah.
I wasn't going to ask you to vote on these ones specifically, but
Yeah, well, I just want to talk to the living wage one, because, again, without wanting to sound stingy, like, we heard a story about a teacher who was saying that their son who works at the pool was, like, within a couple of dollars of their hourly rate already. And so, like, I just think the living wage is, like, I don't think it's a good, useful tool in our community, because it also takes a national approach, right? The cost of living in Horowhenua is different to the cost of living in Auckland, and so I would just be really clear. I'm not really interested in entertaining a conversation around that for this LTP. So that's where I sit.
Let's go ahead and have a go then.
Just be mindful there's a resolution of council for us to consider it. So, and we've not given you the information on what the impact would be.
Just to, how got any vague guess on how many staff members we've got who aren't on a living wage?
who aren't on a living wage?
Yeah.
Not many. But permanent. Yeah, permanent full-time staff, not many.
How many of those are over 65?
Okay. Can we turn your attention to the training and development for staff?
Thank you. And authority. Is that a more same or less one?
I don't think we need to vote on this. We're just giving you a heads up. We've got some work to do.
I'm going to skip the digital competence because I'm pretty sure you'd want us to be digitally competent. It was more just to give you some advice of how we're doing our training internally.
Okay. Thank you. We've got everybody's votes. We'll move over digital competence and resourcing to deliver growth. Okay, we finished that with two 50-50s. Thank you. So that's the end of Jacinta's part. And we had just one final question. Were there any other top of mind issues that haven't had an opportunity to be raised just before we close this part?
It could be not necessarily
follow up on the previous mapping that was done most recently, and we'd done that previously, but there'd been some more work required around the actual assessment tool to enable us to bring that to effect, which was the last time we spoke. The other purpose, obviously, around some of the discussions that we started last time and will continue today around affordable housing and around customer service and experience, I guess. So around sort of making it useful, easy and enjoyable, I guess, if that's such a thing in the liquefaction space. So, sorry, it's flashing a bit. So give you a little bit of background, revisit the revised mapping, and then talk about two policy approaches, I guess, which become an iteration on the last session we had, and then following on from this, there'll be some next steps around what the future iterations may look like as well as we continue to progress. So the background around the building code was, building code's been around for a long time, and good ground was sort of done with a hand auger in the past, and under your foundations and off you went. We had the Christchurch earthquake, which gave rise to a much higher focus on liquefaction and what good ground is, and then out of that came a whole bunch of testing requirements to then start to determine where good ground is, so you could build on it in an informed fashion. The last thing, like I said, we got to in the last session held was that we were going to update the screening criteria based on the new maps to try and give those effect or greater effect out there in the district where people are having to use this to build houses. This in a real high level nutshell, and there's a lot of detail in here, so don't expect you to read it by any stretch. At the top, there's sort of grey area, i.e. you don't know what's going on. Then gets a bit more granular into sort of good ground and still pretty unknown as to what's going on in the yellow colour there. And then as you get down to more detail as you test, then we're in the area of what your foundations are likely going to look like before you proceed with your building. The old maps, so what's changed? In the old maps there on the left, just a couple thrown in there. So pretty localised, some around Levin and some other areas, but a lot of white space there, a lot of grey, unknown. And what happened with the desktop exercise that was done by Tompkin and Taylor is on the right. So, obviously hills and ranges and foothills. Then there's a lot more surety around that being good ground, so it's sort of a bit land topography based. There's still some grey areas where it's hard to determine, and there's obviously a lot of yellow, which suggests that potentially more prone to liquefaction. So what we did then was say, okay, well, how does our old screening tool apply to those new maps, and how do we adapt it to make sure that the two line up and still make sense? So that getting into what policy C is and the rest in that detail stuff. We really focused on a risk-based screening tool. Council had already taken a position around the prior screening tool, and what we've sought to do really is refine it further and make it easier for those out there in the development community. So the two new options with the proposed policy approach may not match Council's current risk criteria or profile. Those are the ones we'll talk about. Again, very detailed map. You'll have these in your reading, so if you want to get into that in more specific detail, then you'll be able to. What we're proposing, I guess, is amending the assessment pathway, which is shown there at point 2. That's really simplifying that table in front of you, so it's actually easier, more straightforward for people to use. And the other option is to bring it forward, which we don't do a lot of currently, to subdivision stage. So at a resource consent stage, is looking at or considering applying liquefaction requirements at subdivision. We'll talk about the reason for that as we go. And I did, while I was in the wings there, just stick together one pager at the end, which will hopefully bring it all together late at night. A nice little schematic. So issue 1 is about urban residential development subdivision. So that's one of those little boxes that was on the prior slide. what we're talking about really is bringing the testing forward to that stage, and what that does in essence, if the computer is playing the game, what that does in essence is, prior to getting to this situation where people were turning up at sections and buying sections and looking to build on them, there's an awareness before that time as to what the nature and quality of the ground is and what the likely requirements are around the foundations are. So there are some other things we'll talk about, future considerations around proximity, and then whether that gets extended further to the point where we are developing growth areas in future. Again, a bit of detail in here, but essentially circled in the bottom is a change, and it's a change which essentially brings forward the testing for liquefaction to the subdivision stage in a nutshell. Again, it's quite small there so you can't see, but it changes from policy C for adding policy C for subdivisions and proposing policy D for building consents. So as you go through the building consent path, there is a path now in the green mapped areas where the path to testing and proving your foundation or the ground that you're going to put your foundations on is a lot shorter and a lot easier. Still have to dig some holes, but not drill, not get the drill kit out and drill to huge depths in essence. See, simplified.
So can I ask a question? So when you say still have to drill, but not to those depths.
I'll dig a hole. So if you follow the green path there, Pity, on the left, again, hard to see at the top, but on the left, those two green boxes, one of those is hills and foothills and ranges.
Yeah.
So that's identified on the map as good ground. Essentially in there,
oh yeah.
you dig a hole.
My question is though,
Then you're into
the dig versus drill, what's the price for each? Yeah, what does that person have to pay to do that either or?
This is madness.
Not to mention the actual cost of the foundations.
Okay. So anywhere between 3 and up to 15.
Yeah.
On the other side.
Yeah.
And that's per foundation. So if it's times 15.
Per site.
Oh, so just once.
No, not per site for per building, like per building.
Oh, 15,000 times 15 lots.
Potentially, yeah.
In one.
Yeah, so the requirement's quite onerous, and there is, and I talked a bit, I had on the slide there about proximity discussion, which we'll get to, but it is quite onerous. I mean, there is risk. There's always going to be risk that a piece of good ground that's identified as being fine, it used to have a sawmill in the corner, and there's a whole bunch of sawdust buried there when you build your house on it that sinks or something, or it's more liquefiable than the rest. There are those risks that are going to exist. If you drill under every house, then you're going to find that stuff. Or there's another alternate position, I guess, as to what sort of risk appetite do you have around what that looks like for the district. Proposed solution for unlikely. So that's where we've amended the screening tool, and like I say, if you read through that, essentially if you're in the green, you can sort of dig a hole to 4 metres, which a lot of the developers or others will do with their diggers, prove the ground, and then sort of go back to the building test, which is sort of hand auger for good ground and get on with it sort of thing. That's down the easy sort of green pathway. Down the other more difficult pathway, there's a bit high level of testing required. Nice so it doesn't keep dropping in and out. So benefits of the proposed new approach, less onerous on the individual property owners when it comes to building a house, shifts responsibility to determine liquefaction category to resource consent stage. Future property owners will have access to more information about the types of foundations required. So there is a scenario now where we can zone land, then allow it to go to subdivision, and then allow it to go to sections being sold, where people who then buy those sections are potentially none wiser as to what lies under the land. So you could buy, there's a risk to buy a section. From an affordability perspective, it could be affordable when you look at it. But then when you go to actually determine what sort of foundation you need, then the cost can escalate quite substantively. And that can be sitting with the person who's bought the section at the end. So I guess part of this is about, and as we talked about around some of the other growth discussions, is how and what are these things do we bring forward to provide more information, more clarity, and actually take a lot of that downstream cost and pain out of the process or out of the system, I guess. The risks with the new approach, high risk and allow use of screening tool for urban residential building consent. So because that is watered down a little bit, it does potentially increase the risk profile there. Adverse developer reaction to testing at subdivision stage. So testing and knowing the nature of the ground at that stage may be deemed as a negative by some, and may impact attractiveness of some growth areas or developments in time. So in Christchurch's case, I guess, and I'm not 1,000% sure, but the land that they've sort of vacated and exited was highly liquefiable, probably requiring TC3 type foundations. So it'd be at the far end of what we're talking about. And following the earthquake, they pretty much vacated that land and walked away, sort of thing. There's an engineering solution for everything. So arguably, you could go back there and build something with an engineered solution at cost. But the future, in terms of how that plays out, if there's another event, is probably a bit of an unknown as well. What we have done, I guess, with the extra testing is we've taken out that sort of white area in those initial maps, or the stuff where we had no idea. We've got more clarity in the new maps around what's deemed unlikely, what's possible, and there's still some undetermined there, so there's still some testing and the like required to get more data around our district and get more surety. So that'll continue. In essence, like I talked probably before, if you're looking at that little table, we started on the grey having no idea, then we get a bit more clarity and then you're down to what your house is going to be sitting on. Really the big change across that table from left to right is really time and value. So cost is going up, time's going up, required to get there. So again, if you're talking affordability, you're probably not going to want to be targeting TC3 type land to do that on. So TC3 is the worst outcome. And I guess the question then for council is, when would you like to know? Do we want to know that before we identify growth areas, or at subdivision land use stage, or at the building consent stage, as it pretty much is at present? So this is, I guess, trying to put it in pictures, and I think I've got a better picture of them, but what?
You just got a couple of questions.
Oh, sorry.
Did you want to answer to that question, or no? It's just something to think about. The slide before. Did you want an answer, or just?
Quick question from me though, Blair, in terms of the map that you showed where liquefaction liquefaction damage as possible, how much of that might be TC3, or is all of it TC3? No, because we're sort of only at the desktop exercise and it's based on land and slopes and proximities to rivers and stuff like that and history. It's still a bit high level. So some of the yellow could go to green, and some of the yellow could go to TC2 in the middle, and some could go to, because that area seems to be a lot bigger than what we've been shown before. That likely bit, or possible bit. The yellow? Yeah. Yeah, I think in the prior maps, or the recent ones? No, the prior maps. Yeah, so the original maps, none of those tested. It was all probably just grey. It's probably unknown completely. Nobody's looked type approach. So I guess part of, as we try and align it from a growth and a affordable and a customer experience and an outcome sort of perspective, this is a topic I guess I talk about a bit about how do we shift stuff to the front end, so there's more awareness around what we're faced with in terms of what the final solution might look like. So if we know about some of the stuff at the front end, there's a greater likelihood that we're going to get better outcome than if we try and deal with it at the back end. So if you're aware of what the land's doing at the start, then we're obviously a lot better informed prior to getting to building consent stage and trying to sort of unwrap it one house at a time. So part of this is about the cost and the time, and the other part I guess is about the outcome from a community perspective. So the aim here really is to shift the current red line, so rather than sort of being the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff, is actually getting ahead of the problem and making sure there's no requirement for the ambulance, so to speak. So the gains, I guess, in moving back further towards the front of the process, we get earlier risk identification, reduce costs, more ethically sound, arguably, I guess, if for me personally, if I turned up and realised I had to put $100,000 in the ground, I probably wouldn't be super happy. If there was an alternate down the road where I had to put $2,000 in the ground to come out of it, so, as a person living in the community, for me, that wouldn't be a great place to find myself. And I guess it allows us to be more considered in our approach. Understanding where we sit, again, this is another, you've seen this graph before, I think I've had this up. The yellow line is sort of testing cost and cost to deliver, and the red line is sort of arguably cost of failure. So when MB provided guidance, there was guidance around what you should do, but there's actually no line to say you've done enough or you haven't done enough. And really then it's sort of, to my thinking, it comes back to council to decide where you want to be on that sort of risk continuum. You can't do nothing, but if you did nothing and there was a major event in our district, then there'd be a major cost following it. If you did a whole lot, like you put a whole bunch of cost up front and made sure every house had a new foundation, we're still not guaranteed as to how that's going to perform, and you still may have that post-event cost at the end as well. I mean, who's to know? So some of this is about where do you want to sit in the district, and where we sit, I guess, determines partially affordability, partially ease of development, partially attractiveness of the area, and I guess also in the future whether we're building the right places, I guess.
Blair, can I just ask you what I would be keen on getting is understanding where the legislative or minimum requirement line is, because that's what I don't have an understanding around. Like, we've been dealing with this liquefaction issue for a while, and I know where, as a council, and particularly yourself, you've tried to ensure that our settings are enabling, and David Corkindale's done heaps of work around this too, and so because I think the council previously has given that appetite, said we don't want to overblow this, and so because I keep coming back to this whole idea of, and I think Ross Brannigan said it, was no one's ever died from liquefaction. And ultimately what we're trying to do here is save insurance companies a whole lot of money. That's honestly, like, if you narrow it down, that's what this is about. So, like, it does, for me, this just feels like, well, I won't say it. It just, like, I definitely think we need to have the conversation around the appetite for risk and where we sit. And I wonder if a useful exercise might be for this to come through risk and assurance first, and then we've got a couple of independents there that perhaps might promote some interesting thinking, with then a recommendation back to council, because it's just like, the line that's not there for me is, where does our minimum requirement sit? Like, can that line be, almost over to the yellow line? Like, where do we, like, I just don't know, like, where the optimum, or I don't know where the optimum is, that's where we are, and I don't know where the minimum standard is. Like, I just need to get my brain around that, because, that will help the appetite discussion.
Just my 2 cents worth there. I understand where Councillor Jennings is coming from to an extent, but I guess when we go back to sort of priorities and we're talking about affordable housing, how do we enable that? So the last thing we want to do is restrict, like the timing versus cost. But also, if you've got a young couple, for an example, that go out and buy a section, the last thing you want is to not enable them to achieve that. So if they go buy a section and then they're landed with $100,000 bill by the time they get a soil report, engineer's report, foundations before they actually build, then we're sort of setting some of these people up to fail, in my opinion. So we need to make sure that we are sort of capturing it or allowing that to progress as far as development goes. But the affordable housing piece, I suppose, for me is that's probably where this relates, and it's sort of that's the trade-off, right?
We need to just remove the whole nonsense to begin with. Yeah.
Oh God, yeah. I guess this hinders the enabling of affordable housing in that sense. But I guess I want to understand my train of thought, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I can adjust it. So, in terms of infill and urban development, and even development in areas where our infrastructure already exists, but perhaps the land adjacent to it, there's no house on it yet, so they haven't connected, but the provision is there. So if I think about those examples, infill, urban, existing, so that's, if there was an event that caused some liquefaction in any street, what I've just described, we would have to repair it, right? Whether there was houses connected to it or not in that instance, wherever the liquefaction occurs, in terms of our infrastructure, we have to pay to fix it. But when you're talking about someone's property and they've built there, and it's either an existing house or a new one, a liquefaction occurs, it goes back to Sam's point about, well, it's their insurance. They've got it or they haven't. But we don't have to bear that cost. But we are sort of in the building stage, whether it's the consent process or or the resource consent or the building consent, where we sort of plug. It doesn't matter to me. I'm thinking, well, they're paying potentially $15,000 to do that exercise you described. If it's a developer and it's 15, they got a 15,000, and they just pass it on to the person who buying it, young families, and now it's more than what they expect to pay, can't afford it. So it's why do we have to apply a cost or added regulation restriction to them, which actually doesn't at the end of the day when the event occurs, liquefaction. We don't have to pay for that anyway. So why are we collecting and making it our problem or something to do, address, when we just have to be concerned about our own infrastructure? And if it happens there, it happens there, and we'd pay for it anyway. So it's like, you see what I'm saying? I don't understand why.
I think, you raised some good points, Pity, and you jumped into my next slide. But I too have tried for some time to try and understand and understand, like Sam says, where the line is. What is the baseline requirement? At what point does the insurance not cover it, or is government going to turn up with the EQC fund and say, well, actually, you haven't done enough, you're just short of the line by this much, or are you, so it's there's no real clarity as to how much is enough, although there's some guidance to say you should be doing this, So, there's councils out there still, on an infill lot. There'll be councils out there who are doing a whole bunch of testing for a one-bedroom add-on to their house. That's from the 50s, and that'll probably fall down in theory in this scenario. We don't do that. And we don't do that for single garages and stuff like that. So you could argue that we're on the wrong side of the line, when it comes to a risk, outcome perspective. So I guess, we're trying to understand where that sits. But the other thing in here, because I thought it was right about material damage, but when I pushed Tonkin and Taylor at length, their primary argument was around recovery. And like I said in our last session, this whole thing's silent on infrastructure. So the point you raised, Pity, is a really valid one. Is part of the question for council is, do we want to be encouraging development in TC3 type land where we know that our infrastructure going through there either needs to be seismically sorted, or if there's failure, it's going to be prone to failure, sort of thing. So, I guess it's the more we know, the more we can make informed decisions, because if you have to go back and fix that infrastructure, then, the stuff in good grounds is ideally, maybe in better state.
Don't have to answer this now, but who else, what other TAs are taking this approach? And can you also, are you aware of any other TAs that are taking a much more liberal, has the most enabling settings possible? That, would you be able to, do you have any awareness on that? Because I think just from a comparative perspective, it would be quite good to be able to get my head around that.
Not in absolute terms, we'd have to probably do a bit of a ring around probably to find out. But we could do it. It's worth doing. It's good to try and get a lens on where it sits.
Should go to your last slide. And I'll start with that question, and then I've got a few other questions. Yeah. Oh, no, not that one. The one that was in... No, the last one, which is about our process. What next? For us.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. Sure.
I'll show you my next one just because I was trying to simplify it simplify our journey. So this is where we started. So you're going to profile land, a whole bunch of different conditions there. Before it was all grey, burning, as you pointed out, no idea. Earthquake in Christchurch created a requirement. We did some mapping, so we knew across that district a little bit about some stuff, but not a lot about everything. So that's sort of where we were an iteration or two ago. This recent iteration, which is where we're at now, has actually provided us clarity. Pseudo clarity, more clarity than we had previously, but it's still a desktop top exercise. So that's sort of where we're at. Where you end up, and you could test the whole district to this level, but it's going to cost you a huge amount of money. But where you end up is when you start to test down to your section, you're going to end up with a view like this, so next to that river or whatever it is, and it's probably going to be highly liquefiable and you're going to be in the red. So that's we're sort of at stage 2, I guess, in our thinking. Stage 3 is sort of the next tier before you go to build your foundation. We're trying to make it cheaper and easier and sort of faster with that piece of guidance, Sam. And to answer your question, no one else has that. That's sort of ours. That's sort of come out of the testing that we've done to date and some of the thinking we've done to date on the right-hand side there. I guess the question is, when do you want to know about this? So there's that cost and risk profile, which we talked about. And obviously, building in the hills on bedrock is going to be a lot cheaper and, other than trying to get up there. And the risk profile is going to be less than some of the other land. So, at what point do we want to consider that? Then when you build these houses, and some houses I know, like in Kapiti on the corner in town, they're just building a new housing lot there, but I think they've driven poles to 18 metres and put on concrete floating slabs on top. So, huge cost. And then, as Peter's pointed out, and what about this? So, as we get into some of these developments, put our infrastructure in, some of our infrastructure is going into higher risk profiles than it is in other cases, I guess. So, again, it's not an answer, it's a question. And that was the last slide, I think, John.
So at some stage, this will come to us to adopt a new policy around some liquefaction process. Yeah. And so I'll say, in no good conscience, can I accept any of this information. I mean, you're a brave man for sitting there. You should be asking for an award from Tonkin and Taylor for presenting what is the most nonsensical, illogical piece of turd I have ever seen in terms of liquefaction analysis and hazard analysis. Their fundamental data is all wrong. They even contradict themselves and say things like there's no way the sand country can actually produce the clays needed to produce the liquefaction. And yet they classified the whole sand country as possible, then lumped it into that other high risk category. And that's completely against everything that GNS identified in their reports, which they've even got a picture of GNS's maps in there. I mean, there's so much uncertainty with that brownish, light-coloured area that there's no way that we can go forward and take a risk-based approach. The other thing is that their probabilities in there are absolutely illogical. I mean, to do a risk-based approach, you have to have a probability moving on to actually calculate risk, that then we can actually apply some numbers to determine where our line is to draw to see how much it's going to cost. And they haven't provided that information. They talk a lot about doing a risk-based analysis, and they reference a lot of documents which are all referenced out of context. In some ways, we should be asking our money back from Tonkin and Taylor for this report. It just makes no sense, and there's no way that we can go forward with any policies on information which is incorrect. And I think there's plenty of case studies around the country where councils have got into trouble for coming up with policy and zoning maps and drawing lines on a map when they're wrong. I think Kapiti Coast even went through that example of drawing lines on a map where the information was just simply wrong. And this is the same for liquefaction. It needs to go back and come up with a better way of identifying the liquefaction zones and the hazard zones. I mean, I'm just so angry about what I've seen in these reports and the quality of these reports that, sitting here, there's no way I could take this any further forward. And that's aside from all these arguments around the fact that geotech engineers are actually writing themselves and all these processes as being the ones who are going to be charging $20,000 to come out and do your foundation analysis. So they're setting up a nice little business for themselves of always being needed every time a foundation's being laid, that they have to go out and do some test, which is actually going to show nothing at the end anyway, because you go back to the GNS reports and they're saying it's virtually impossible for liquefaction to occur in our sand dune country. And drawing a line straight through the middle of town like that and saying one area is actually high risk and the other area is low risk is completely idiotic as well. Anyway, I could rant for hours on all the problems in all these reports, but there's no way I could sit here in a council meeting and adopt any policy around this.
So, I respect Jonathan's experience around this stuff. We've got a got to go back to where this all arose from. It arose from back at Christchurch, the central government policy that have thrusted upon us to say, here guys, this is our policy, this is what you got to do, go away and do it without, as I understand it, bugger all guidance and bugger all what that should look like, you know. So you are relying on the Tonkins and Taylors, I guess, and things like that, and take your point, don't disagree with you, John. But I guess it leaves us where to from here, because the back when I come from, I have serious concerns about this. It's not my reflection on the team. You're doing what you need to do, but it's just it's so damn difficult. Even someone like myself, and I'm sure, sit here and go, okay, so what does that actually mean? How does that mean? And in the meantime, we've got people, a couple out at Foxton Beach who just committed to building a house, had the testing done. Testing came up with that. Couple of sections down the road, we had 1 acre blocks, was good as gold. Basically, nothing, didn't have to do hardly anything. They've just spent $110,000 not to put a stick of wood on it yet. Yeah, it's just madness. So I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm not sure where it leaves you on the league, but that's again central government policy thrust upon council to go and go.
I mean, I completely understand the policy from MB, and a lot of that policy from MB is purely around the building code and making sure the buildings and structures are able to withstand liquefaction. And this regional assessments that engineers force us to do, and then the rules that they want to write in about making sure everything has a geotech assessment is a little bit outside of some of the aspects of what MB were proposing. I've only briefly read some of the MB stuff. And I understand the need for hazard analysis and a risk-based approach, but I mean, we can't just carry on with when that initial hazard analysis is so poor. I know we're stuck.
Oh, sorry, I was going to, looking, I don't, part of the reason I'm bringing it, I guess, is for those reasons, is exactly the points that you raised. I mean, what I could see is we're putting a whole bunch of money into the ground and we don't actually have a risk or probability view as to what the return on that money in the ground is. So, I always sit here, again, as a customer of the district, and you sit there and you go, where's the sense, I sort of talk to people, and I talk to them about bringing sort of some logic and sensibility back to it, because you sit there and you're putting a lot of money in the ground. So I guess for me, I'm just testing it, and I think it's great that you're challenging it. I don't think that I'm offended, because I'm not. I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I guess it's for council to have a discussion, and we can take a different angle and involve some different people. But I think it's worth having a discussion, because at the moment, across the district, we're putting a lot of money in the ground.
Please.
And it's hard to get money these days.
The catalyst or the trigger for the proposed change in policy, is it because it's being pushed by, what are we responding to? Is someone pushing for this? Is it a developers pushing for this? Or presumably not. So the next question is, should we shift gear and actually focus on trying to advocate and lobby central government and MB to change the settings that underpin all this? Because that's our issue, is that we just think that some of the settings that then we are having to implement and apply and come up with our own policy settings around, that they are not fit for purpose or appropriate for our district, or are not risk based. There's already enough knowledge. There seems to be enough knowledge around a level of risk, depending on where your risk appetite is, to just make this really simple, and, as you say, not have people, a whole industry generated out of this that's potentially designed to just line their own pockets. It just seems madness. That, I just wonder if that's our policy, our focus is trying to lobby really hard with some other TAs to say, change the settings.
So just remembering, we've got an existing policy, and the reason we're here today is because in adopting that policy, the signal from the table at the time, which was the previous council, had said to make sure that we were always looking at this with a lens of that kind of customer enablement, the right risk appetite, Blair in the context of the the one system approach has been trying to find a way forward based on the Tonkin and Taylor work around what is the potential setting change to our policy that would achieve some of those outcomes. Like Jonathan, respect your view, but there'll be like Tonkin and Taylor have a view, we could get a third opinion and there'll be different views. What we probably need is direction from council on, well, where to from here, because regardless of the views on this work, just remember we have an existing policy that people have opinions on too.
But then, like, I listened to Jonathan, and that immediately throws up flags for me, because like council officers, you guys rely on in good faith on the information you're getting from experts. But Jonathan, in 10 minutes reading, reading that, in 10 minutes described what the issues were, and he sounded really credible, and that kind of it makes you go, well, yeah, questions, because we already had, I think there's already a level of doubt around this table about just the broader issue. And so when Jonathan brings that perspective, like, that immediately says to me, we've got an elected member around the table with a level of knowledge around this that's actually questioning the integrity of the information that underpins it. And that's a major red flag for me. And so I would want to say, how do we facilitate that conversation where we actually say to Tonkin and Taylor, well, like Jonathan outlined a number of questions and a number of things that I'd want to put to them, like, because the other thing is I'd also want to get a view from the developer community and other affected stakeholders, like, what is their response and reaction to this?
You mentioned during the presentation that you pushed Tonkin and Taylor for a much more focused infrastructure analysis rather than a broad district-wide analysis. And in some ways, the reports and the maps are so averaged with so much uncertainty that exactly what you asked was correct. I mean, I would be looking for some sort of policy or rules around, right, this is the standard foundation, or this is the level that we're looking for, maybe 3 or 4 different levels across the district based on the fact that there's so much uncertainty and so much averaging across the whole district as well with these maps that we can't actually go down that site-specific geotech route. It's just too costly it just provides too much uncertainty for someone building a house or developing a house to say, right, we're going to get a geotech expert in, and we have no idea what those costs are going to be once he or she makes a recommendation. I think for us it's much safer to go down that route and say, well, these are the guidelines for what we recommend for a foundation in this area.
In a roundabout way, that's where we're heading with the current data that's been provided, I guess, and we are down a path one in excess, so there's already a policy position, already down a path. What's here today is aiming to make that better, not worse for the community. That's the intent, and take your points, I guess, that we can go back and revisit. And like I say, it's not over, because I think there's still more work to do. But to clarify the Tonkin and Taylor piece, my thinking, I was of the impression that it was all about material value and failure. But when that was the point I pressed on, and they said, well, actually, it's about recovery. So it's about recovery post-event, for the district. And that was where I sort of got to say, well, if it's about recovery, then if you look at places like East Valleys, it's bridges and pipes, and when your toilet doesn't work, you can't drink water, you can't get the supermarket because there's no road. Those are real problems. If your garage door doesn't open because your garage is full of liquefaction, it's probably not a big deal. You can still live there, So that was the bit I was pushing on. And then they said, well, yeah, it's all about recovery. And then I'm like, well, but then the whole thing is silent on infrastructure, and then that becomes a real thing for us, because as the council, like Pete pointed out, that's the stuff we don't like, And they said, look, you're right, the first, and presumably they work across the country, but they said the first one that they know of was in Porirua, I think, where they were installing a geotech designed pipe which was a major pipe for supplying the suburb. And that was like the first pipe they knew that was going in. That was actually taking in this from an infrastructure perspective.
But this is where they failed in their risk-based approach then, because they're not taking a risk-based approach, they're just taking this is what you should do, rather than assessing the actual risk and the impact, and the impact of that risk on economies. It's just,
Which probably goes back to Sam's point that, it's the guidance has come from MB in its, and probably through the courts in its originating form. So. Any more questions?
Oh, I've got a novel idea. Why don't we let people be adults? Okay, you want to develop a piece of land, you want to build a house on a piece of land. Here's your process information pack that gives you all the information on where to go to get the information, and you do your own research on whether you think it's safe to build where you are or what development you want to do. And that's where the responsibility lies. But as soon as we don't let people be adults, they stop behaving like them. What it's worth.
Well, I think the problem, that's reasonable, Mike, but I think the problem is that it's about the liquefaction. We're questioning the methodology around what causes the liquefaction in terms of some of the land. And we're now forcing hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of costs on people on land that possibly, like Jonathan outlines, and I agree, is probably not going to liquefy. And I say that because I spent 8 months in Christchurch after the earthquakes doing assessment for EQC, and all the coastal areas didn't liquefy. The sand country didn't liquefy. It was the swamp and the riverbanks like the Kaiapoi and stuff that did. So it's the methodology around how we're classifying our land that I think is a question, which is the problem. So, and I don't know what the answer to it is. I just don't.
Could I suggest a way forward? Could I be so brave, Councillor Proctor, and suggest a way forward? So what I think is that we are right now in the governance triangle of no, see, do. There's some people around the table that obviously have the expertise but are also keen to be into the do. So I'm wondering whether elected members would kind of give the blessing of Blair following up with Councillor Proctor and Sam as Chair of Risk and Assurance, and maybe one of our independent members as well, to, I suppose, frame a conversation about, well, how do we, what does this now mean, given A, we have an existing policy position, B, we've paid some money to someone to do some work, and then we've also applied some, okay, and so what, how do we make this more customer enabling, to then try and come up with a bit of a plan around, well, how could we find a way forward on this? Because I'm not convinced that bringing a policy in the current context to council is the way forward. It feels like there might need to be some conversations about what are we trying to achieve and how do we work backwards from that? And I think using, if it's okay, some of the expertise around the table that is beyond the capability we have inside the business. Because we don't have the skills and capability inside the business on this. This is stuff we've had to outsource, and there is also no more money in the budget for this work. We're everyone okay with that?
Yeah, I'm happy to second that recommendation, Mike.
I'm a council officer, so I don't get to move motions. I was just suggesting a way forward.
In that case, I'll move it. Full second it. All those in favour? Carried.